OK.
Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really glad to see so many of you, despite the fact that we've just had lunch. And I hope we're going to wake you up rather than send you to sleep. This is going to be a really important issue today, which is at really the heart of all of what we're talking about at this event, which is to do with protectionism and industrial sovereignty. I'm not sure we're going to manage to answer the question. I'm not sure if all of our guests are going to agree with each other. That's the value of debate, after all. So we're going to introduce the theme, as always, with a member of the Cercle des Économistes, so Lionel Fontanier. Really good to have you. Yes, sorry, I had to pick up the microphone. I'm used to these handless portable microphones now. So next to you is someone very important. It's the chief economist, Romain Arjona. I hope that I've said that right. I've been practicing. Thank you for being with us. You're going to be at the heart of the debate, really, because protectionism and sovereignty, and about whether Europe is really taking that into account, and whether it's doing so too much or not. We can see that public opinion does not always align with businesses on this. Then we've got Ross McGuinness, who's the chairman of Saffron. Good afternoon, Ross. Thank you for being with us. Please do keep the microphone. And then you wrote an article, a column, the day before yesterday about binationals, because you are Australian by birth, and then you grew up in France, and you were also English, so you really straddle all these different continents also in your work. And then we've got Olivier Scalabre, who's next to you, who is the managing director of the BCG France in Paris. I think you're going to try and put a bit of rationality into this debate. And then next to you is Matthias Bogart, who's the executive VP of Ardian, which is an investment fund. So it would be interesting to hear from him about when, with so much investment of billions of euros, are these questions of sovereignty and protectionism things that you take into account. So, Lionel Fontanier, over to you to start us off and to inspire us. Thank you, Edwige. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm here just to set a bit of context to the debate, so I need to give a bit of background. And I think the question that we're asking today is about the limits of globalization and the responses that we can give to it. This is no new question, because Daniel Rodrigue, that everyone here knows, who in 2002, I've only got 2 minutes left, so now I'm really stressing because I've only just started. So I think there's one of the timekeepers must be one of my former students who's got something against me. So Daniel Rodrigue in 2002 said there was intrinsic limits to the extension of globalization. And so these intrinsic limits, we have now reached them. We've talked a lot about the climate as well. But this is something that happened before we became aware of this whole area, the whole number of dramatic issues with the flooding at the end of 2011 and beginning of 2012 in Thailand, which blocked out a lot of the electronic industry. And then there was Fukushima in March 2011, and then we've had COVID. We can see that value chains are a lot more fragile than we might have thought, and that's the case as well for supply chains. So what's happening is that the different players, businesses, and as we will see, people who are involved in economic policy, the European Commission, are reconsidering the trade-offs between costs and risks, because the fact of being very delocalized has efficiency gains, but also there's a rise in risks at this point. And so we've got all these terms about reshoring, friendshoring, nearshoring that are coming up at the moment. So what we're talking really about here is that there's a new pricing of risk in into the price. Businesses are taking into account risk in a different way. So why? I've got Roman Arjona just next to us. So why do we need to focus on economic policy if businesses are already handling these issues? Well, businesses don't all make the same decisions. There can be an externality of business decisions. For example, if all French businesses make a rational, economic, justified decision and they set themselves up in China, that creates a risk that is not externalized by these businesses. So economic policy needs to be responsible for handling this. So that involves protectionism. Should that involve protectionism? No. The answer is no. What protects us is innovation, the circulation of ideas, circulation of people. That's really what is at the heart of success, not protectionism. So we have a high-level panel here today who are going to need to make a distinction between protectionism and commercial policy. The difference between subsidies that correct externalities, such as for green energies, and then subsidies that create distortions. There's a boundary there to find somewhere. The difference between sovereignty and also defense, between industry and smoking stacks, between national level and a European level, in order to correct the issues that we're focusing on. So, Edwige, these areas are really more than just minor issues, but here it's key here that we decide about this in order to move towards prosperity. Thank you very much, Lionel. If we look at the question of electric vehicles, protectionism could help countries or Europe to develop a sector in this area when we're not yet really there. So that could actually help us to move forward in this area. We'll talk about this more with Ross McInnes, I think. Also, in terms of defense, protectionism could help us. In terms of electric vehicles, I haven't necessarily got the expertise here. We'd need someone from the Trade Directorate General. But the Americans have done something very different from what Europeans have done. Americans have done protectionism, putting in place customs duties on cars that are not really imported into the US. So it doesn't really have much of an impact, but it's in order to prevent there being any impact. Whereas the Europeans have done something different. The European Commission has put in place an anti-subsidy study. China opened up to show what subsidies they'd received, and so we modulated a compensation scheme. And so this is something that's put in place by the multilateral trade rules, international trade rules. So yes, so we can see something of the impact here. So I'm going to ask the question directly to the chief economist of the General Directorate of the Internal Market and Industry. And this is the question: has Europe sufficiently protected some of its industries?
In English, because otherwise I think I will be longer if I do it in French, because I'll have to think much more. But just to say, first of all, I am not the chief economist of the Commission, but as Edwige said, of the Directorate General responsible for industrial market and industrial, the single market and industrial policy. And I am very humbled to intervene today because I was yesterday listening to Jean Tirole and Christine Lagarde, and you know, it was really an impressive debate. So I hope that I can contribute modestly from my angle to today's discussion. I was going to kind of answer a bit Edwige's questions just by highlighting three things. As I was thinking what to say, then I thought that three words that start with a U could make it. So the first one is uncertainty, because I think that we are living in a world in which is completely different from what it used to be 10 years ago. It's a very complex environment when we have a lot of long-term hitting societal challenges in the form of climate change, aging of the population, also a massive digitalization of industry and society. And this was already generating quite a few issues here and across the globe, but also here, like inequalities, social inequalities, economic inequalities, geographical inequalities, even polarization at times, concentration of industrial industrial activity in certain areas due to network effects of this digital transformation. And what Andrés Rodríguez Pose, who is a professor at the London School of Economics, calls the geography of discontent, so places that are left behind, disconnected from the economic mainstream, and where you can actually trace many more radical kind of voting positions on Brexit and other matters to some of these regions. And then this comes together with this kind of persistent crisis that you all know of. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is, of course, one of them. COVID, the energy price hike, the tensions in the Middle East. So there's this combination of geopolitical tensions, long-term challenges, and what I would say is also a very high degree of systemic uncertainty in today's economy, so much more than before. Many people in the media and in academic articles, they talk about a number of animals, so like black swans, gray rhinos, elephants in the room, hedgehogs, and many others. And this just represents, these animals kind of impersonate uncertainty to a very large extent. Then there is what the current president of Finland, who was formerly at the European University Institute in Florence, Alex Stubb, calls the age of disorder. So this mix of these long-term kind of disruptions and this high economic uncertainty, and where the traditional lines of economic variables are also a little bit blurred, is what the economists call the Mona Lisa effect. Now you look at Mona Lisa, you see something, and then you turn around, look again, and see something different. And this is because Leonardo used sfumato around the face. And this is also, I think there is a certain sfumato around the way we understood traditional kind of economic variables. And this comes with what Lionel was saying. This comes with a price tag on it in relation to risks. Risks and costs, they have a certain trade-off as well that we need to examine. So that's my first view, which is uncertainty. The second one I wanted to mention is understanding, because in this very, very complex world with high uncertainty, we cannot, as policymakers, take decisions on the void just without any proper information. And many of these phenomena, for example, the evolution of supply chain dynamics, is changing so rapidly, and there is so little data to kind of inform the decisions that I think a lot needs to be invested there. Just to give you an example, in my team, we did recently an examination of the whole panoply of goods in which the EU is trading with third partner countries. So we took 5,400 goods. And then we put two filters, very simple, very data-driven, agnostic. So one filter was basically to look at concentration of imports from third countries. So imports of certain goods that come from a small number of countries. And the second one was the possibility to replace those imports by production from within the single market. So when there was little possibility of replacement or substitution, then we also, put a filter. And then this kind of gave us 204 goods. So we went from 5,400 to 2,004 goods for which the EU is facing strategic dependencies. And you know what? That for many of those goods, more than 50% in import value, we face strategic dependencies from China. We also face them from the US and, of course, from Russia and many other international partners. But when you look at the nature of goods, many of those goods are actually critical raw materials or inputs that are needed for the green and digital transition of Europe, like raw materials, rare earths, permanent magnets. Some others are pharmaceutical ingredients, which make part of today's drugs that we're using on an everyday basis. And some others are also relevant goods that are on the high-tech end. So that takes me to my final point, which is that in order to find a solution to this, we need to first manage that uncertainty, understand the risks, be suited, in terms of methodologies to understand, what is this evolution of supply chains and beyond, and then to act in some kind of unity. So this is my European message here. Europe is not protectionist. Europe is not striding for a more industrial sovereignty. This would, I think, come at a cost. It would not be desirable. Europe is the third largest economy in the world, but is the first exporter of goods and services. But I still think that because of this high degree of uncertainty, because we live in a completely different world, we cannot be naive, and we have to take our well-informed decisions on the basis of what we know, and we need to make kind of some smart decisions where business as usual is not any longer possible. So I think the two keywords for Europe are economic resilience resilience, that is, protect when there are vulnerabilities, promote the European single market and competitiveness in the EU, and partner with as many international partners you can, and then also, protect, promote, and partner. These are the three Cs, and keep a focus on resilience. And this is what we have to do, I think, in this less naive world. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Roman.
Thank you very much. And we've got someone who's just joined us online here. This is Anne-Marie Engtoft-Melgaard, who's the tech ambassador in Denmark. And of course, we'll be talking with her about innovation. Just a very quick question, Roman. Do you feel as if we've all been a bit naive? And you've just underlined the fact that everything is speeding up. Do you have that sense that Europe needs to be less naive?
Yes, I do have that kind of sentiment, and I think Europe is already, doing quite a lot in this field. If you see, for example, the quantity of, let's say, quality regulation that has been put in place over the past couple of years to face this kind of more disruptive world, for example, in the area of clean technologies, we have come up with a regulation on net zero industry, the Net Zero Industry Act, which brings together resources, let's say, in the form of investment and skills, regulation, and also kind of relations with third partner countries in the same direction to give also a certain directionality to the policy that we're making in the area. The same with the Critical Raw Materials Act. So I think there is a lot of things on the table because we have realized that indeed we cannot continue, to be naive. And I think that does not only happen in Europe, but also in many other member states and of course in the business world.
Important. Merci de ces prises de conscience. On le sent qu'en tous les cas, elle est là.
Thank you. That's true. Ross McGuinness, you are the chairman of Saffron. You're working in sectors where we might think that protectionism might make sense. Does it make sense for you? Industrial sovereignty is a funny phrase. I'm going to, of course, put to one side the defense industry because that makes total sense here. Industrial sovereignty makes sense here. If we put aside that very important field, I think the notion of sovereignty and industry is really counterintuitive because the idea of sovereignty is applied to states and not to industrial players. Our industries, and this is true for Saffron and all of our listed companies in France, we have businesses all around the world. We have local branches which make us strong and give us dividends for our businesses. So what sovereignty are we talking about? Industrial sovereignty suggests that we need to live in self-sufficiency. That's unrealistic and it's not necessary. Industrial businesses can organize resilience. They can make the decisions they need to make in terms of sourcing, in doubling up on sources. They can put in place trade-offs between close logistics and logistics that are further away in order to deal with these issues. So I think there's a slippery slope here, and this is what I'm really worried about when we talk about industrial sovereignty. There's a risk of slipping into protectionism, and protectionism is, I remind it, is damaging for consumers, for innovation, and it creates a rentier economy. So applying sovereignty to industry really doesn't make any sense. We've talked about happy globalization, but I don't want to move from sort of carefree, naive globalization into an unrealistic protectionism. That's not for me. Thank you very much. At least that's clear. But if we talk about electric vehicles or solar panels, I know that's not your industry, but we could see that protectionism could perhaps help us here. That's perhaps what the Americans have understood. It might help us to develop, once again, to develop a new sector. Is that not true, Ross McInnes? This situation is the fruit of our failure to put in place industrial planning upstream. It's too late. Protectionism can work to get things going. That's what the South Koreans did, or the Japanese. But you mustn't do it once the horse has left the stable. Olivier Scalabre from BCG. So you've heard from the previous speakers. Do you share them? Your business is American and French, European. It's a global business. For you, does this make sense? Does protectionism and industrial sovereignty make sense? Well, I'm going to have two perspectives on this. I've got a perspective as an advisor who talks with a number of different businesses in terms of making industrial decisions. And here I really would agree with what Ross has just said, but I could also change hats and think of myself as a citizen who wants jobs and factories to come back into our country and into Europe. So if I take an example of the Tour de France, that means we can take that example and not talk about the elections, which is good, but it's also going on right now. If we look at the role of France in big decisions, big industrial decisions to develop resilience and develop competitiveness, we have won a first stage of the race for the moment, a first stage in the Tour de France. This first stage was characterized by regionalization. So we had the wind with us, and we managed to succeed here. But now, for me, we're entering into a second stage, which is going to be difficult. This is a high mountain stage where we have a lot of industrial investment to do, not just to relocate factories and plants, but to invent new industries. And I think that this is, Romain, where we need more Europe. We need a stronger Europe, and that's really what I want to plead for today. In terms of these two stages, we'll talk about the first stage. The first stage is regionalization. International trade has always driven global growth, but for the first time, we're seeing a change here where global growth is stronger than international trade, and there's a gap of 0.3 points. So international trade is 3.1%, and global trade is 2.8%. So this is 0.3%, but that's actually enormous at the scale of a continent of the US, for example. That's 400 billion less of investment, and it's 400 billion more than Mexico in terms of investment. So if I think of myself at the micro level, 80% of business leaders are saying they've changed implementation and technology in the last 5 years, and 80% are also saying they're going to change in the next 5 years. So France has succeeded well here. It really had France. We had the wind behind us. We had the wind behind us because we were putting in place regionalization. But Europe is the leading place in terms of direct investment. We've seen this investment drop. It's become stable. We've got 130,000 net jobs being created at this point. So that's good. We've done this first stage, but this high mountain stage that's coming up is really going to be very difficult, because with the climate transition and technology disruption, we need to create new industries and transform old industries. We need to put 280 billion of euros of investment to transform existing industries and create new industries. We're going to have to fit all these industries with artificial intelligence and sensors. This means 40 billion euros of investment. You were talking about batteries, Edwige, 2 billion for each gigafactory. So here we're talking about 80 billion of investment that's required. So these are gigantic investments. And today, world businesses, in order to make these investments, they're not choosing Europe first. They tend to start in the US or in China, but it's not an obvious choice. choosing Europe. That's for a number of different reasons. The first reason is that we have a regulation. So there's the IRA law, the 450 billion that were invested to create green industries and for greening of current industries. In Europe, we're about 100 billion below this, but states want to add in to take us up to about the same level. But in China, we're at 800 billion. And in Europe, legislation is more restrictive, it's more focused on regulation and more focused on restriction. It's not really focused on incentives. It's not focused on tax credits that you might get if you invest in these particular areas. Perhaps just one very quick point here, because we were talking about this with Matthias over lunch. Europe really needs a real single market in order to create conditions and the effects of scale. We were talking about the fact of electrical transmission. We've got loads of offshore wind turbines, and it's a real issue. We have 300 gigawatts, which will come into the network between now and 2050, whereas we've got as many standards as we have countries, whereas in China, there's only one standard. So I think in these areas, Europe really needs to change. We need more of Europe.
Allusion tout à l'heure.
You were mentioning that early on. You know, this is what was explained by Christine Lagarde and Jean Tirole. That is, there must be a single market. There is a single market, but when you look about labor legislation, bank legislation, or telcos early on, the Christelle Edman from Orange, we can see clearly that this is a fragmented, legally fragmented market. So now, how can we make sure that we will go faster public opinion? Because we're just about to have a vote. Public opinion are necessarily ready for this major market. A quick response, Roman.
This is the European Union key asset.
Yeah.
We have 450 million people that benefit from it on an everyday basis, and this goes from like finance to to telecoms, going through many other areas, but also like personal kind of relations. And I'm sure that many people in this room have benefited from the Erasmus program or others, which are also in one way or another the freedom of movement of people across the EU. Now, there is just one point. There is, I think, a need to move forward in certain areas. And for example, it's true that there is a lot to be done in the single market to remove barriers to services, whether it's telecoms, energy, infrastructures, and the rest of the stuff that you mentioned. So I agree with you. There is scope, but there is a lot that has been built, and it's proving to be extremely efficient and positive for all of us.
Merci. Mathias Bourgard, vous, Ardian, c'est un des plus gros fonds. Je crois que vous gérez à peu près 150 milliards, hein, c'est ça, d'euros ou de dollars?
160, oui.
160 même, pardon. C'était il y a 15 jours. Mais
vous avez raison, c'est
d'euros
ou de dollars. C'est 150 euros, absolument.
Comment vous regardez ce qui vient d'être dit? C'est-à-dire que vous investissez dans les entreprises aux États-Unis, enfin un peu partout dans le monde, et notamment en Europe. Est-ce que c'est un frein? Est-ce que pour vous c'est une chance? Ou est-ce que vous regardez la Mona Lisa de Léonard de Vinci avec des yeux un peu perplexes?
Alors, pour reprendre un peu ce qui a été dit par Olivier, hein, sa métaphore, c'est un peu comme dans une étape de Tour de France. Donc on avait, pendant ces 2 dernières décennies, des étapes de plaine où finalement le monde était assez simple. Le monde était guidé par un monde globalisé où le principal facteur de création de valeur était justement la compétitivité. Donc finalement, il fallait sourcer les ressources les moins chères, que ce soit l'énergie pour les Allemands, l'importation d'équipements ou de matières premières. Et finalement, les modélisations étaient relativement simples. Aujourd'hui, on rentre dans un monde plus complexe, mais il a une raison pourquoi ce monde s'est complexifié. Parce qu'effectivement, d'abord, il y a la crise climatique qui voit que l'approvisionnement n'est pas neutre, que le transport et les émissions ont un impact même économique, pas simplement humain. Et donc, on ne peut pas effectivement le négliger. Ensuite, il y avait bien sûr les crises du Covid que personne n'avait prévues, avec le monde qui s'arrête. La crise ukrainienne avec des niveaux de prix d'énergie qu'on n'avait jamais imaginés. Et donc on voit bien que, qu'on le veuille ou pas, qu'on soit favorable ou pas pour des raisons finalement philosophiques, les États ont décidé qu'un certain nombre de productions, d'approvisionnement devenaient stratégiques. Alors nous, là, on attaque la montée, où on doit évaluer finalement quelle est, dans ce monde plus complexe, les chances de succès d'une telle ou telle politique industrielle. Est-ce qu'on doit investir dans telle technologie ou telle autre? Et c'est notre rôle finalement de prendre ce risque. Alors ça demande des primes de risque et donc un coût du capital qui augmente, donc c'est inflationniste. Ça demande de comprendre effectivement.
Mean that we have to understand why we're going to invest in such a line. We decided to invest in green hydrogen. We invest in the transition energy, but they're more so expensive. But we consider that decarbonation will impose itself because consequences will be stronger, and eventually, even if there could be we go back, they will impose themselves regardless of the pathway. So this is what's more difficult: is to have a good challenge. Or we invest in semiconductors. We have a special funds for semiconductors in Europe we want to see if the area, and we invest a lot in the US, is it performing? Because it is a much simpler system of subsidies, which are almost equivalent if we look at the amounts, but the application is more simpler than the one installed in Europe, and the amounts are similar. So, tomorrow, if we do have subsidy systems which will subsidize a coal-fired power plant, we won't do it because we do not believe in this trend, and therefore there must be a framework that is solid, but we must believe in the industrial policy at the European, American level and try to go beyond the election deadlines or steps which may influence our decisions. Well, I can see that Ross McInnes took his microphone. I was going to ask him, so for you as well, Ross, what Marc-Claude Bourgois said, when you invest, when you buy companies, when you do it on the basis or as a function of protectionism of the country where you present, is this in your strategy decision? Well, the aeronautic industry is global. Protectionism is a dirty word for us, but there is a role for the state, nevertheless. And we talk about energy. The state has to fulfill the role. The way the industries can receive energy at a reasonable price is the energy sovereignty makes a meaning, and we will implant industries in Europe only when there is a coherent energy policies, the interconnections we mentioned, constructions needed in terms of nuclear power plants, and possibly the construction deadlines of sun power and wind power. And the state has to play a role, and he has to do it. It has to do it. This is what we're expecting from the state, to create the condition, and then we'll make our choices, Ross, because we're talking about synthetic fuels. So for the industry, so reciprocity clause, impose it, oblige them to do joint ventures with European players so that together we could expand this industry that we want to accelerate in Europe. Should we?
I think that it's a relevant point, the one you make. I think we are equipped very well in the EU, and this is not under the responsibility of my Directorate General, but still, with a number of instruments, for trade policy, which are particularly useful these days. This is regulation on foreign subsidies, screening of foreign direct investment, anti-coercion kind of instruments. So there is a panoply of ways in which we can ensure, because at the end of the day that's what matters the most, that there is a level playing field globally, that things fit under the kind of structures that Lionel was referring to, the WTO, etc., and that this does not only happen that we have a level playing field in Europe, but not in other parts of the world. So I think that we can influence that, and recently there were some countervailing duties on certain electric vehicles from China that were put in place precisely because there was some kind of unfair or distortionary practices in terms of competition in those countries. So I think we are well equipped.
Ok, oui, l'équipe. Mathias,
Non,
regarde.
peut-être
Après, on partira au...
Then we'll go to Denmark. No, I want to insist that to the point that possibly Europe today is the most open continent, but unfortunately we cannot impose to everybody our own vision of international trade, but we can see it as shareholders of large infrastructures. There are questions about the origin of the equipment. Even if the industrialist assembles the whole thing, the US government, not just your US government, there are restrictions about some sensitive equipment, or it does happen, and the difficulty for us is to see, to understand, and to anticipate when necessary what will be the evolutions, one that may be, you know, sort of no reality, because there is no security issue, or those who will we impose because states don't want to have such or such equipment to be sourced from geographical regions, or they want to create an affiliate, and we'll have to analyze the possibility of this affiliate for the realism of regulations and so on and so forth. But I think today, you know, it's on the track. Talking about train on the track, we haven't talked yet about innovation. So this is a key point. If we want to be more productivity, want to avoid the this gap between Europe and the US, we need to invest in technology. It is my pleasure and honor to have at last a woman with me on the rostrum. At last, Anne-Marie Entoft Meldgaard. I hope I'm not damaging your name. Sorry. Thank you. You are tech ambassador for Denmark. For you, is Europe answering the question on innovation? Is it sufficient enough with the regulations? Is protectionism possible in innovation? And good morning, good afternoon, by the way.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here with you virtually. Thank you so much for the invitation. Is Europe leading on innovation? I think the short answer is no, not right now. And I think there's a number of reasons for that, and I also remain optimistic that it can change in the future, so let me just explain why. First of all, to the question of can we protect ourselves to innovation, I don't think of any country that ever fully protected themselves to success. There might be protectionist measures in very, very measured periods of time, but when it comes to leading technology, innovation, the cutting edge of where we want to be, protectionism have never really been the answer. Rapid innovation, encouragement, taking risk, and funding and investing massively in technology is what brought the US to the moon first. It is right now also what is leading China, I think, to really take a leap in some of the technologies that we invented, and now they are mastering and democratizing on the global scale, not least take solar and EVs. There might be parts of that has been protectionist measures, but this undyingly will to innovate, I think, has to be what is a mantra for Europe in order to once again become a global technology leader, is that we cannot only protect our way to success, we need to innovate. And that brings me to my second point. The referee won't win the game. And so Olivier, just to stay in the Tour de France metaphor, speaking as a proud Dane here, you won't become Vingegaard or Pogacar simply, I think, by trying to limit others in what they're doing. We need to start thinking much more about the fact that we've been, over the past 5 years, Europe has taken a very, very strong stance on setting the rules of the road for the internet. I think we did it because there was a massive public pressure, and we had to because it's been unregulated for a long time. And so with the legislations like the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, the AI Act, the Data Act, a whole other sort of suite of regulations that have, for once in 30 years after we started regulating the internet, have been very positive. But what we missed in that same vein was how to also make Europe a place for that exact same innovation. For a long time, I think Europeans thought software is not really our thing. Software is not something where you can make a lot of money. Software is not a novel technology. And if we now look at the 10 leading global companies in the world, most of them are technology companies that has been excelling in software. So we need to start recognizing that setting the rules of the road is not enough. We have to be in the game to play it. So we have to think about how do we make sure that the next Apple or Microsoft does not leave Europe. Too often, I've been back in Denmark for the past year. Before that, I lived in Silicon Valley for 3 years. And I met so many Danish young startups that as soon as they were hitting the mark of 50 people and about 6-digit investments, they looked away from Europe and they went to the West Coast. And I kept asking, why are you not going to Paris or Berlin or Amsterdam or Stockholm? And as my co-panelist said, the EU single market is a wonderful idea, but when it comes to innovation scale-ups, it is still mainly an idea and not a reality. We have to invest much more in making it attractable to see Europe as one market that is an equal size with the US, that has the same capabilities and opportunities for scaling as the US market has. And that is, when you look at the recent Letter report, when you sort of get a sense of what's going to be in the Draghi report, these are some of the main points that we are expecting, and that looking towards a new commission will also be critical. How do we make a more competitive digital single market, not least for our companies to scale? And then finally, I want to say that for Europe to once again become a technological superpower, we have to think of the decisions not for tomorrow, but we have to think of the decisions for 10 years and 15 years. It takes at least 5 years to build a fab for advanced semiconductors. We cannot make that overnight. And so the decisions we're making today is not only what type of innovation power does Europe want to be tomorrow, what type of innovation power do we want to be in 5 years, in 10 years to stay competitive? I look at a company like Novo Nordisk, one of the largest global companies, one of Europe's largest companies. It's a pharma company, but they're investing massively in quantum computing, in artificial intelligence, in data, recognizing that in order to stay innovative and competitive, don't think about what makes you competitive tomorrow.
Okay.
Think about what makes you competitive in 10 years. And so all this is to say, we got to think about the supply chains that we're building to get us up the Alpe d'Huez, the Tour de France language, not today, but in 10 years from now.
Merci beaucoup. Excellent.
Very much. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much. Most interesting, very much, Anne-Marie. Who would like to comment on respond? Roman.
Sorry, if I can. No, just to say that I agree very much with what Anne-Marie was saying. I think we have notably a huge venture capital funding gap in Europe, because recent data from my colleagues that are dealing with research and innovation is showing that there is 5 to 7 times more venture capital in the US than in Europe. But actually in Europe it's also more fragmented, across the member states, and the venture capital is also more shallow. And if we look at the figure, for R&D investment that we would need in order to get to the 3% target that we had fixed a long time ago, today we would need 123 billion euros increase. The Horizon program, which is a 7-year program, has more or less, that type of funding. So it's really a huge increase that would be needed in terms of investment. So I think investments is one of the things. Then you mentioned also the role of the public sector to the risk innovations, to have a longer term or horizon to provide a certain directionality and then help de-risk, these innovations, also using regulation, and not only investments, in a meaningful manner. And for me, this is also something that is quite close to my heart, and I also think it's a very good point. So thank you.
Ross,
Ross. There is a topic of using savings. I mentioned it here, but we are people of ants, because we save 14% of the GDP. We are genius, we create startups, but between the ants and the genies and the geniuses, there is Bercy, the Ministry of Finance. It's a bit schematic, but it's a punchy, so it works. And more seriously, and I'm serious, the orientation of the savings is essential. Note, and I do Max Weber here, between the North and the South, we are putting Protestantism and entrepreneurship. In English, you say venture capital, it's an adventure. In French, it says capital risk. You know, risk capital, so in French. So we should, and I'm turning to the fund providers, well, we should orient French savings to more risk, which means that there should be pension funds, civil servants, you know, they do that, but our savings should be oriented towards more risk, and that we'll have to think about that on when voting tomorrow. But I don't think the French want their savings to be used to finance SMEs or which are poorly financially supported outside. Give them the choice. No, they don't have it, because today French savings is oriented towards their, well, to pay the state debt and buy housing. So social housing is the vampire of the French economy. If we do a test, 90% in front of us have a, a saving book, a saving book. French love saving books. Yeah, indeed. On the one hand, there is the, I think the European Union has to do more to more incentives. Incentive measures have been put in place, but the LT legislation to promote investment, but they're very slow, very long. That's the first pattern, because what makes the strength of the US is that their market is much deeper. Those are more risky investment, so you need to diversify, and you must be able to have a broader market, more investment, more opportunity, better structure. So this is the chicken or the hen or the egg. One point about the technology, we talked about that. One of the technology domain dear to my heart are the green techs, the carbon capture, hydrogen, batteries, everything that will help us succeed the energy transition. Today we're talking about, capital action. I fully agree with Ross, on this. But I think there is one challenge if we don't want this to go like the wind farm or sun power, where 80% of the value chain, are gone to Asia. But today when we look at, there are 7 million. There is a whole of 7 million of employees needed for a green industries of tomorrow. And in Europe, we got this competence, the skills. So one of the key leverages for the transformation in Europe and reindustrialization of Europe is talents, and talents in this domain. Well, talents, I mean, we have them now. Enrico Letard, who published a report how the Commission should evolve in its action on competitiveness of he said the union of market and capital is essential for savings. Fair enough, if we want to have a major fund to expand tech innovation, we need to unify capital markets. But the problem is that there is no politician who wants to convey that, because it's not powerful enough, politically speaking. So it doesn't help them, so it doesn't serve them. This is the problem, the difficulty at the European level to come up with such reforms. Another example, which goes in the same direction, is the geo-return to develop European competitiveness. Geo-return is the geographical return in the space industry. When you invest in Ariane 6, we put 100 euros, I think, let's say 10% as a return. I want 10% of industrial jobs in my place. This is a machine for fragmentation, Airbus, and so on and so forth. Well, I'm not sure a politician has the courage to cancel the geo-return to his voters. Lionel. We can take 2 minutes to take 1 or 2 points and redefine the perspectives. One word about what was said about the respective growth rate of international trade and GDP. And the international GDP, I think Edwige is not happy, because he thinks I'm going to go into terrible calculations. Well, to make things simple, let's compare the growth of revenue and the growth at trade at the world level. Well, the ratio is 1, but it grows at the same rate. Is this normal or not? In a historic medium-term perspective, if we look at what has been going on since 1990, we've gone to a situation where trade would grow 3 times faster. Well, now it grows at the same rate. The abnormal period, and all trade models show that, is the period we had between 1990 and the financial crisis. The period was a deepening of a value chain, fractioning of a value chain product which crossed the border several times before getting to the final consumer. By construction, when you go for a balance of no globalized value chain with a balance with a lot of globalized value chain, changing from one balance to the other, the ratio between the two growth rate is but when you have a new balance, new system, it's equal to 1, so don't panic. So there's a fractioning of global economy, but no deglobalization. For the macroeconomic looping, when there's a lot of investment, this is the problem of decarbonation, energy transition. This is something that has been well documented. Indeed, we need huge investment in Europe and elsewhere. Why is it a new topic? Simply because several points of GDP, investment GDP, that to be dedicated to energy transition should remain within the economic circuit of Europe. We cannot allow to have several GDP points which are leaking to U.S. industrialists who produce in the U.S. or Chinese industrialists who produce in China. It's not possible, because if we do that, we will impoverish Europe. We'll have a problem with our current accounts. So this is a key topic. It's not protectionism. It's a problem of macroeconomic looping. If we want to have several points of our GDP dedicated to green transition, at least one of the industries which ensure green transition should be located in Europe, which leads me then to my third point, to continue on this analogy of the Tour de France. I'll go into my domain of incompetence, but what I like in this metaphor of the Tour de France is that it goes well with the idea that we go deeper into Europe, because this year the Tour de France started from Italy, so this is a good integration perspective. Thank you very much. So now just a point, Ross, you don't seem to be happy with what Lionel said. No, nuance. Unlike Lionel, I don't have a sclerotic vision of the economy. I think the ratio should be in excess of 1, simply because this is the way we will ensure the permanent preservation of competitive advantage. I won't do the admonsis with the Porto wine and the drapes coming from British mills, but you know, we start 1. There must be an innovation space so that they improve, you know, they can assert themselves. Thank you. Being sclerotic, I'm in full disagreement with him, with Ross. Who agrees with Ross? Roman, who do you agree with? Roman, Ross, or Lionel? I did not get your answer. Between the two. Literally. Who wants to conclude? Olivier, Mathias? Okay, well, no, in our case, I think it is the case in many managers. Our we raise 40% of our funds in Europe, and we invest 80% of the funds in Europe. So clearly, there is the fact that internal saving is invested into Europe. It is our job too. Okay. Olivier, I don't know if it is 0.9 or 1.1 or the ratio between the two, but what I know is that on the one hand, innovation has to be looked for. We have to be open to get it elsewhere, but we must be able to as well we must be able to get this macroeconomic looping, which makes sure that investment that we use for new industries stays in Europe, and the ratio should be conclude. Stay with the Tour de France, each and every one. And I'll start with you too, because you started the metaphor. We have, okay, what's ahead? Flatland, mountains, bumpy road, Mont Blanc, Himalaya. What will be the slope? The problem is we don't know what is ahead of us. Okay, even worse. High mountain, yeah. No allusion. We will have Russian mountains. Good. Roman.
So that everybody can go in the same direction, making the same
In the
effort.
same direction, important.
Anne-Marie, are you still with us? Yes, yes.
To the question on the slopes, let me just make 3 points clear. Just on the retirement savings, right now all my money is in American tech companies. I would rather have them in European tech companies. 2, in order for this to be, whether it is a mountain or flat, we need more talent. Right now, we are the master of making AI talent. Europe is also the region where most AI talent leaves us. And then my final conclusion leads to, I think we have a high mountain in front of us, but I also believe we're going to have a very courageous commission coming in, ready to deal with some of these tough issues that in the past have said they are hard to capital markets, telco, a deepening of the digital market. But look what the past commission done with Ukraine, with COVID. So I believe we're in front of a high mountain, but we have incredibly good bikes. We have better talented drivers than we ever had before.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks, sorry. Thanks.
Lionel, last word to answer the question. It is against the clock for transition, ecological investment, transition investment. We have to do it quickly.
Bonjour et bienvenue.
So this is the panel discussion of the rencontre économique des Aix-en-Provence. If we can answer this question, well, good. Should the state reinvent itself? The answer is yes. You will all say yes. So let's have a look at the solutions. So if the state reinvents itself, everything will get better. If the state puts fewer taxes, it will be better. So it means that we'll be able to increase the employment rate by 10 points. And if we can do that, we will get 130 billion euros worth of revenues in the state coffers. So it means that all of the economic difficulties of our country will be settled. But at 4 p.m., in 25 minutes' time, France should be saved, ladies and gentlemen, because we will be able to save France by providing the answers that you are all expecting. So there are 7 avenues to reinvent the state. What could be necessary in order to put the table in the right place? So this is a topic that has nothing to do with the general elections, and we know that you have lots of free-of-charge paradigms. With Augustin de Romanin, the chairman of Aéroport de Paris and chairman of Paris Europlace. Thanks a lot for being with us. And Nicolas Dufault as well, who is with us, who is the CEO of BPI France, a legacy of François Hollande. And BPI France has been able to operate for the past 11 years, and it is not a public bank that could be subject to the whams in order to save lame ducks, instead of having a long-term strategic vision. And Nicolas is still with us. So that's a piece of good news. Thanks a lot to you. So we have 20 minutes to say France. Augustin de Romanet, Nicolas Dufault, you can deliver your introductions, and then I will be talking about different points. Augustin, over to you. So good afternoon to all of you. It's a very difficult exercise to do. Have 4 minutes, have 4 avenues. Is it possible to lower the music? Oh. Should we reinvent the state in 4 minutes' time? First and foremost, what I would say is that we suffered a violent disease. It has been the case since 1960. It's Keynesianism. The politicians have increased public spending, and life was great. And in 1980, 1981, public expenditure went up, and the public deficit is huge. So I can tell you that the state cannot embark upon this policy that has been implemented for the past 50 years by settling problems while spending quite a lot. Second point that I would like to highlight now. Christophe Guillieu gave an interview in Le Point magazine, and I quote, "Today, the country is being held together through the welfare state, but it's a next step to being fragile. People have understood that the next restructuring plan won't be in the industry. It will be a restructuring plan in the civil service. So the country is being bound together through the welfare state, but it's a ghost because it can go on through indebtedness." Third point, the state won't be able to reinvent itself if it tries to reinvent itself since 1958. When you look at the administrative, social books, the state has pondered over the way it should be reformed. This is the state that is concerned for itself, and since 1958, the state hasn't been able to reform itself. Why? There's a root cause in the state. Unlike a private company, unlike the personal life of people, the responsibility spirit has vanished into thin air. When something works well, everybody will be on the photo shoot for the inauguration, and when something is failing, there is no one who is responsible and accountable. Local elites have disappeared because people cannot have 2 terms of office. But there's a problem of major responsibility at the central state and at the level of local authorities. For example, we've severed the link between the local authorities and the local taxes with the abolition of the home tax. This generates problems that you are familiar with. I'm already too long, so I will conclude. The best illustration of the spirit of responsibility is the ability for an authority to delegate. Of course, in life, what matters is not to exercise power, but to give power to others and to choose people who will wield power. But in the state, people can live through the powers that they have and that they keep. During the term of Mr. Macron, you know that Mr. Macron doesn't want to delegate responsibilities, and of course, we can object to his way of governing, the lack of delegation. But Mr. Macron was successful in a specific field. He delegated everything. That's quite unusual, and it will be a major success. On December the 8th, President Macron decided that Notre Dame Cathedral had to be rebuilt. Unlike all bureaucratic practices entrusted to one person with means in order to build the cathedral in 5 years' time, and Georges Lain, commander, couldn't accept the bureaucratic stupidity that would have been in his way if he had not been a five-star general. So he would have succeeded the feat that Notre Dame could be opened in 5 years' time. So if we want to reinvent the state, we need to use accountability, responsibility, delegation, all of these values that have disappeared in the manuals and books that have trained the bureaucrats for the past 30 years. Thanks a lot.
On a fait un grand pas.
We've made a great leap forward, and it's not yet 4 p.m. Remember what Jean-Tirole said. So he discussed with Christine Lagarde. The key is governance. I hope that Bruno Bonnell will be able to manage the 2030 plan. So you have a specific type of governance. And Nicolas Dufourcq told me I'm a bank, a genuine bank, a full-fledged bank. So each year I can produce a net banking income. I'm a bank, I'm not a public establishment, and BPI can vouch for that. Nicolas Dufourcq, can you deliver your introduction, please? So this is a very serious and complex topic. What is the state, the central state and the administrations? Those who worked in the state, raise your hands. So this is French society, in fact. So the people who've raised their hands are public officers. These are people who've worked for the state, not only public officials. You have local authorities, of course, but at the same time you have Brussels. We shouldn't forget Brussels. Brussels is a part and parcel of our state. Second comment, public services. If you consider public services are under attack because they are not efficient, teachers are poorly paid, nurses also are poorly paid, etc. In some countries, the state consensus is strong. There's some trust because public service and civil service works well. What is the situation like in France? Maybe I will conclude with a punchline. 3 GDP points for pensions every year. So 3 GDP points annually devoted to pensions, much more than the average European countries, 100 billion euros. So we are addicted to pensions, and the 100 million is not invested in civil service. And in other countries, they make other choices. You can work more in order to pay the teachers. Second comment. That is quite significant, by the way. Then on, there's another topic, the central state. These are administrations. What's wrong in the central administrations, in ministries? What's wrong with them? There's something that is quite wrong. The different chief of staff headquarters. So during the first term of Emmanuel Macron, the first 2 years, he decided, to reduce the size of the different cabinets. But then on, the process was loose, and you have sub-departments in the central administrations. You have young people aged 30. It doesn't work. It's a disaster. When you are the head of a central administration, you are appointed by the high authorities of a country. Do you have some leeway? Do you have some total leeway to appoint the board? No, the employees are appointed by ministers, so it can't work. Let's say that at BPI I was obliged to get the agreement of the minister for the appointment of the main employees, and there wouldn't be any BBI without them. So of course, if you want to have a public management system, it's important to have common sense rules, delegation rules, of course. And the last point that I would like to highlight, maybe you will like it or not, you have to consider the high authority for public transparency. It went too far. So there are good intentions, but in fact, lots of people are strapped, and people from the private sector won't want to work for the state. Within the BPI, some employees are not entitled to work in other divisions of BPI because there would be a potential conflict of interest. I mean, it's going too far. So if you consider the state, it is quite transverse. And if you consider the exchanges between the private and public sector, they are disastrous. I listened to you. I've taken notes of what you've said. And so to remove the status of a civil servant, this is one of the starting point of the state reform. Do you share that viewpoint? I think that we shouldn't be too obsessed with that. When you are a civil servant, it is cheap. If you eradicate the status of a self-service, I mean, you will have to pay more, and we don't have a capital, so it is a wrong avenue. Augustin, what do you think of that? What Nicolas said is wise from a budget viewpoint. If you consider the status of a civil servant, it will be difficult for the state to entrust public positions with people with a civil service missions in the ministries. If you want to be a subdirector for 10 or 15 years, it means that you will be in the civil service. That's not a good idea, because you have lots of people from the private service who would like to work for the public service, but they can't. So we cannot eradicate the status of the civil servant, but we could unlock and unleash all the rigidities. Basically, people cannot choose their employees. You need to think about the status. If I don't depend on a status, I mean, I can pay people on meritocracy basis. This is what the state has done. And you have... that's a very good idea. But back to the ministerial cabinets, Nicolas is right. 10 years ago, there were 650 members in the ministerial cabinets. So it was a big process. Why? In 1965, General de Gaulle organized meetings at the Élysée, and he said, I don't want to see people of the ministerial cabinets in the meeting. I want to see the legitimate people who've been appointed in the Council of Ministers, the directors, the heads, the directors and the heads. I mean, they felt accountable, and they were able to see the President of the Republic who hosted them. And upon the initiative of Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, who wanted to be surrounded by the best, he was surrounded by people who were skilled in his cabinet, and the ministerial cabinets were created according to his image without any legitimacy, and hence lots of inconveniences highlighted by Nicolas. When I worked at the Élysée Palace, I wanted to make sure that central people could get access to the President of the Republic. I said to a big director, you will come and see me, and you will deliver your presentation to the President of the Republic. It was a disaster because the directors, they didn't have a holistic and strategic vision of a sector, because they were not asked to do so. Over the past 20 years, these people haven't been asked to talk about the big vision to the President of the Republic. So it's important, I mean, to turn to people and to tell them you will be promoted because you are successful, or you won't be promoted because you failed. But this situation doesn't doesn't exist. That's why these systems are necrotic. So there's a link with status that we've talked about earlier. Next question now. We talked about public spending amongst European countries are characterized by gaps. And of course, thanks or due to the pension system, we have differences with others. Maybe one day we will have to use one dose of mandatory capitalizations in order to change the way we can fund the pension system. So we're going to save time. Let's say yes. Let's say yes. Of course, we are stating the obvious, in fact. In a company that is aging, distribution will hit a wall. So capitalization is a matter of urgency. And of course, for those who are like us, we've been talking about this topic for the past 25 years. I mean, some European countries haven't embarked upon a reform, but some of them decided to create a reform. They decided to set aside some capitals and they decided to invest. Norway, the Norwegian fund invested outside Norway, so they created 1,500 billion. So if you want to found the pension fund, I mean, we shouldn't focus on the French recipes. Wealth is not only in France. Wealth is Asia. The United States, French savings should be invested in France, but in other countries, French savings should be invested also in climate transition. We need to get the wealth where it is. I mean, especially the countries with a growth rate of 8%. But of course, the pension funds will be lower than those of the Norwegians, the British, the Swedes, the Germans. So it's a moral scandal. So the Netherlands now. The Netherlands, they have a capitalization system. The pensions are 30% above those of the French and 7 points of GDP to fund the pension. And in France, it is 14 points. When you have a 2% interest rate and growth is between 5 or 7% in emerging countries, if you can't get access to capital, you can't get rich. Einstein said that the 8th wonder of the world is the composed interest. So if our compatriots don't accept capitalization, they cannot set up some kinds of assets. People will be impoverished. There's another dimension, the social model, social spending. At a point in time, we'll have to think about the funding of social welfare, social protection. One of the key problems with purchasing power, it's not a salary, but it is the net salary. Why there's a problem with a net salary? You have a net salary because you have lots of monetary taxes that will fund the social model. If you have a gross salary plus what we call the employer's contributions, the person who gets 3,200 euros with a gross salary, net he will get 1,750 euros. According to you, will we need to change radically the way we finance the social model, i.e. this funding model should be switched to the tax system? And Michel Rocard did that when we created the CSG on salaries. But CSG, it's an income tax, in fact. But if you consider the funding model of the welfare state for the salaries, I mean, it has hit a wall. So, as I said, it has hit a wall. So there was another system, social VAT, and there are many debates, or a social CSG. Nicolas. but you need to find the right bracket. The bracket shouldn't be the salaries, so the bracket could be consumption or capital. Do we want to fund the French social model with capital? We know that it's not possible. Can we do that using consumption? We know that it's possible, but it has been discarded. At some point in time, it was about to occur. And by the way, Angela Merkel did that. And when you are facing a trade deficit, so we've made a mistake because we didn't create the social VAT. And of course, we need to create the social CSG. So basically, the funding will be managed by the capital revenues, the labor revenues, and the revenues or the income of the pensions. Mr. Romanet, what do you think of that? We need to think about accountability. Which expenditure is socialized and which expenditure has to do with individual responsibility? It would be a good idea to have individual insurance in order to mirror what you cost to society and the pooling of risk that will be managed with more responsibilities. In Germany, for example, mutual funds won't reimburse you if you don't have a prevention measure. If you consider the social security in France, it is based on cure and care. So people have a medical prevention system that is quite low versus the United States. In the United States, I mean, health is very expensive. So at the end of the day, you are obliged to launch some prevention programs. Of course, we shouldn't follow suit of the United States, but there should be more interactions between the spending and accountability and responsibility for those who are in charge of spending. One day on your salary slip, your automotive insurance will be debited. So it was an idea that was developed by Jean Lorenzi. So, as you've said, Nicolas, savings in Europe shouldn't go to the US or buy savings programs in the US. We need to keep part of the savings in Europe, and in our country that is reluctant to risk-taking, we need to find different ways. The Union of Capital Markets, one day we could have a European savings product, but it means that tax systems should be harmonized. But if you want to harmonize the tax systems, you will hit a wall. So Mr. Lorenzi has said that we need to attract savings, and savings are being held by older people, so there should be a state guarantee on the invested capital. But I think that this idea was a crazy idea, but I think that now it's a good idea so that the state can manage the expenditure. In France and in Europe, we are short of cash. So I think that subsidies are over. So maybe not in the different manifestos, but we are short of cash. We are short of money. The only product that is frugal is a guarantee, is a warranty, and a warranty is indispensable, because if you consider this private sector when it comes to funding reindustrialization, climate change, digitalization, so the sector has asked for the mitigation of risks, so there should be some guarantee funds that will guarantee and warranty the multinationals, the investment funds. The Union of Capital Markets, is it a solution? Maybe, I don't know, but haven't understood why. Because you can build a big football field, but if you don't have BlackRock investors who will invest in order to fund the different mechanisms in the US, your savings will be undermined by big American companies. So I'm not quite sure that I've understood the Union of Capital Markets and how it will mitigate the risks. Europe is conservative. In Europe, you have older people, and Europe doesn't take the risks like the Americans. So regarding the union of capital markets, I'm not as pessimistic as Nicola. If we want a Slovenian entrepreneur or Estonian entrepreneur, if we want them to raise capital in conditions similar to NASDAQ, we won't achieve that if we don't have an innovation stock market. Basically, there are lots of hidden things. For example, the pooling of the European debt. The United States have spent massively, and they are concerned by their public debt. Their debt level will be as high as ours. So with one currency and 27 countries in Europe, if we are not able to unify the debt, each state will fall down with the speculators. Remember what happened in 2012, so we have to be careful. Of course, we need to pay attention to the union of capital markets, but there's something that we shouldn't forget. The solution is a political solution. The Europeans, do they want a common future? Otherwise, they will be mangled by the speculation in the financial markets. Another topic that I would like to address, simplification. Simplification, this is a key topic. I talked with Guillaume Patrinois and Thierry Morlon, and they wanted to simplify with Sylvain Aurebi, who worked on simplification. The only solution to simplify and streamline the country is to privatize the first floor of the Élysée Palace, and there should be a task force under the authority of the President of the Republic. Otherwise, it won't work. So we gave you some insights, to save the country. It has taken 25 minutes, but of course it will take more time to implement those measures to save the country.
droite, à gauche. Comme ça, regardez, c'est bon là comme ça? Pour chacun individuellement. Donc, j'ai perdu la vue.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Take your seats for this session, which is for a burning issue of the day, reducing debt. And I'm delighted to be here to moderate this session. We've got a whole time for questions and answers with the floor, but I will start with our panel. I'm a journalist with the French TV station LTE. I call it Isabelle Gonin-Lévy. We're going to hear from, first of all, from Jean-Paulin coordinator. You're a specialist in banking and finance. You're a professor at the University of Orleans, and of course, a member of the Cercle des Économistes. So we're delighted that you are here with us for this session. We also have Gérard Beckerman next to me. He is chair of the French Savers and Investors Union. We've got Sarah Carlson, your Senior Vice President of Moody's Rating Sovereign Risk. We're looking forward to hearing you. Salim Shaheen, your Vice Governor of the Central Bank of Lebanon. Next to Sarah, you've got Eric Chenu. You are Chair of the French Mutuality. And then you also have Jacob von Weizsäcker. You are Minister of Finance and Science of the Saar region in Germany. So we've got a full panel, and we're going to start with Jean-Paul Poulin to just introduce the debate to us. Are you in agreement with the idea that we need to reduce debt, whatever it takes? Or maybe you want to have some other ideas, maybe you're not in agreement with that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabelle. We know that over the last 15 years, advanced developed countries generally have doubled the level of debt that they owe. It's a bit of a problem, of course, because that leaves very little leeway for future crises if they were to occur. But the most serious thing here is that these particular countries are facing a huge range of investments that they need to make. First of all, investments in the green transition. There are also technological transitions going on, and our countries are also needing to increase their military spending to rearm. And for some of these countries, they are also seeking to rehabilitate their public goods and services. In these circumstances, to say that we're going to reduce debt seems fairly tricky or maybe even provocative. The debt level is not necessarily the most important thing. It's not the thing that will endanger or jeopardize our economy. It won't lead to our countries being declared insolvent or the debt level being declared unsustainable. The important thing is the pathway, the trajectory for this debt level. You need to know whether the level of debt is going to keep on growing in an exponential manner, or whether it is going to be starting to stabilize, and the appropriate measures are taken to ensure this stabilization. This trajectory will depend on two simple variables. First of all, the state budget, and then the spread between the interest rate on that debt and the growth rate, the gap between those two rates. If we believe that interest rates are not going to fall to the abnormally low rates that they were at in the past, what that means is that we will need to play with these budget deficits, reduce them, but not at the same time, make sure that at the same time we don't reduce the growth rate, because if the growth rate were to fall, this would have a negative effect on this debt stabilization trajectory I was talking about. This is nonetheless possible because we could focus on the efficiency of public spending. We can play with the tax system and adjust it, but we need to do that without affecting growth rates. It's going to be tricky, and it will be costly from a social and political point of view. So one might ask that whether the best solution might not be to go for growth, perhaps even taking the risk of taking on further debt in order to fund investments that will bring growth and to ensure that we get onto this pathway to stabilizing debt that I was talking about. So this is not necessarily something that will be easy to do. It won't be free of charge. It needs to be credible both in the eyes of the markets and the eyes of other investors. So there needs to be a very clearly understood strategy that is detailed enough to ensure this, and we also need to ensure on this matter that across Europe there is sufficient aid from our various partners. Thank you very much, Isabelle. Thank you, Jean-Paul. We're going to move on to Sarah Carlson. Get you to respond to this provocation from Jean-Paul, and when we say should we reduce debt, whatever it takes, we could perhaps ask the question, should we increase the debt to stop breaking the cycle of growth? For you, Sarah Carlson, you think that the link between debt and growth is not necessarily automatic. If you'd allow me, I'm going to answer your question in English. It's an important question.
The world in such a binary way, as you choose fundamentally between growth or debt. We have a methodology that we use. We rate over 140 countries around the world, and we apply the same methodology to everyone. And we look at four main factors. We look at a country's economic strength, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail in just a second. We look at the strength of its institutions and its governance. We look at the strength of its public finances, and we look at its susceptibility to event risk. But when you take a step back and think about economic strength, this isn't thinking about one year's economic forecast or another. Countries go through recessions, they go through normal economic cycles, and it's our practice to look through those. But what we do think about is we think about the long-term structural growth drivers, the structural growth rates that countries can achieve through the cycle. And where does that come from? You know, it comes from having predictable policies. It comes from having sustainable economic and fiscal policies. And if you break it down for those of you who studied economics and you think about the really fundamental growth drivers, there's three things. It comes down to labor. And it's thinking about the size of the labor supply, which means encouraging people to work. It means encouraging women to work. It means encouraging people to remain in the labor force for longer. It means also thinking about the productivity of their work. We think about the productivity of capital. Any of you who have been attending the sessions over the last 2 days have heard people talking about innovation and productivity, and that's extremely important. And that's not necessarily something that comes from the government spending money. That also comes from the investments of the private sector, that comes from research and development, it comes from many sources. And then finally, you think about total factor productivity, which is mathematically a residual, but it's actually extremely important, this residual. And how do countries achieve greater productivity? That's why you often hear me and my colleagues talking about things like structural economic reforms, which are things that help the economy work more efficiently. It helps economies to grow more quickly. That growth doesn't necessarily come quickly. We know from experience that it can take up to 10 years for a country that's embarked on a program of structural reform to actually see the fruits of those reforms. But at the same time, that's the kind of thing that creates sustainable growth. And that is fundamentally what's important from the perspective of ratings, where we're answering quite a very narrow question. I know people focus a lot on it, but we're answering the question of, if you buy a bond, what's the chance that you're going to get your money back? That's the question we answer, and that's why we're thinking about the long term. And it's these long-term economic questions. The government has a lot to do with that, but it doesn't have everything to do with it. And that, of course, we can come on and talk about debt levels later, but I think that's a really important place to start this discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. Salim Chahine, alors on a envie de vous entendre, vous venez du Liban, évidemment.
Salim Chahine, you are from Lebanon, and we'd like to hear from you after all that's happened to your country. What is your approach between these different concepts, so growth and debt, and how would you respond to what Jean-Paul Poulin has said to us? Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I'm going to try to respond to Jean-Paul and pick up on some of the things that Sarah has said. Obviously, most countries around the world are trying to strike a balance between balancing their national budgets and reducing debt. But I'll try and answer this question with figures. Sometimes it's better than words. Between 2010 and 2013, world debt increased by from $50 trillion to $150 trillion. The GDP went from $66 trillion and increased by 58%. So the ratio of public debt to GDP went from 70% to 92.4%. We can see the significant change there, but at the same time, the public deficit in terms of GDP terms, it went from 5 to 5.5%. When you look at the cost of the debt as a proportion of GDP, it's around 1.7% of world GDP. That's just to give you a few figures to compare. The world average for spending on health or education compared to GDP is around 3.7 and 4.9%. So there are 3.3 billion people on the Earth where the cost of debt is higher than health and education spending. So that's the pathway that we're on. That's the trajectory that we are on. That's my first comment. The second comment is to say that to strike the balance between fiscal viability and public debt is something that is complex. As you said, there are some pros and cons. Yes, reducing debt is a good thing from a financier's point of view, but when a government decides to reduce public debt, it means there'll be less spending on essential services, education, health and infrastructure, for example. There might be businesses that are affected, rises in unemployment and other social issues, but increasing debt is dangerous when the cost of debt is rising. It has a negative effect on the private sector. There are also eviction effects where the savings and investments are transferred from the private sector to public sector. And there's also a longer-term economic slowdown as a result. So countries have to manage this complexity. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Despite what people say, we are in a situation which is complex, and we need to find a way to rebalance things gradually in an optimal manner to ensure that governments can meet their short-term needs without affecting their long-term fiscal viability, the sustainable of the business model. Thank you very much. Eric Chenu, to respond to what's been said, we know that debt is important for you because public spending is very useful. It has a social purpose. So as a chair of the French Mutuality, what would you think? Good afternoon, everybody. I would say there are different kinds of debt. Obviously, you need to look at debt from an economic, fiscal, financial point of view, but you have to look at other types of debt, the ecological debts, the debt in terms of social cohesion. And we're seeing in our country the impact that inequality can have, the fact of declining public services, that can all have an impact. So we need to look at these questions in the round. If we are not careful, major reduction in public investment in infrastructure or preparedness for the major transitions, the green transition and the digital transition, also the demographic transition which is coming down the road, which will require major adaptation. If we don't take care of these things, we'll see that these savings of a few billion will lead to high levels of spending in 10, 15, 20 years' time. So we need to take a systemic look at what debt is useful for. Debt is merely the difference between revenue and spending. If the debt is useful for investment, because a structural debt can be used to create new infrastructure, creating future value, it's useful debt. If, on the other hand, the debt is used to make up for unbalanced current spending, it can leave outside of a period of crisis, of course. That is a type of debt, conjunctural debt, which shouldn't be created because it lasts too long, and it has lasted for too long in our countries. We need to ensure that debt generates value, economic value, ecological value, social value. The question is to think about how all communities and all territories can access this value creation to ensure that the collective effort provided by the issuance of public debt is properly distributed. Otherwise, the future is going to get more and more difficult. What I think we lack is indicators to properly drive that in a climate of trust between citizens and the public authorities, between the business and economic stakeholders, the civil society stakeholders and the public authorities. Currently, in the indicators and the metrics that we have, all we talk about is GDP, and GDP does have a certain advantage. It's a very comprehensive financial indicator, but there are positive and negative externalities which are not taken into account. We take into account things that pollute the environment as well as things that protect health. So the impact in terms of well-being and health and the environment is not necessarily the same in these two elements. So I think what we need is more nuanced metrics that help with public decision making, which will give some feedback to our communities. I think that's the only way that we'll be able to manage debt in a democratic and responsible way. So let's think about that solution, and we're going to move on to Jacob von Weizsäcker. We could say that too high levels of indebtedness are rather incompatible with what we might refer to as the credibility of the European Union. What's your opinion on that point? Inviting a German person like me to talk about debt is a little bit of a caricature in some ways. And I might perhaps start by saying that between France and Germany, if we look over the last few years, things might have gone better if the taxation and fiscal policy in Germany had been a bit more French style, and if the fiscal and taxation policy in French had been managed in a little bit more Germanic manner. You can see very clearly from what I'm saying that there is no single truth as regards to taxation policy and fiscal policy. Nonetheless, public debt may be an indicator of a deeper lying problem, an indicator of policy making that is too short-termist in perspective. A short-term policy doesn't invest significantly enough in things like infrastructure, in natural capital, in climate change mitigation, in human capital. And we see that we're consuming too much resources, we're not investing enough, and the overall debt level is too high. And that, as a whole, leads to a situation which, not necessarily in the very short term, but in the medium and long term, is a bad thing for the country. On the other hand, if we invest enough and we take good care of public finances, that doesn't mean no debt. If the debt is used for good projects, Moody's is not going to come and punish us. Moody's will say that's a good thing to do, keep going. But unfortunately, and this is not something that's to do with cause and effect, this is just about correlation. We often see that fiscal short-termism and a short-term approach to investments are positively correlated. That shouldn't necessarily be the case. If I follow on from what some of the previous speakers have said, one key thing to look at between the public sector and the private sector is whether public investments have an effect to crowd in private investment, or whether they push out the private investment. And the fact that because the government is investing, perhaps the private sector wouldn't be interested in investing. That's something that can be quantified. It's something that you can look at. Are we operating with a good method which attracts new investment, or a way that pushes out new investment? So when we think about demographic issues, the fact that the population is aging, but people are refusing to work for a little bit longer, just a small percentage of their increased life expectancy, that can be an example of something that would create this effect of pushing out private sector. The aging issue in France is even more serious in Germany than in France. That's why I mention it. Gerald Beckerman, for you, debt credibility is very important. If we want to reduce debt, there are some ways forward, but perhaps not all of them are the right ones. Some of the things mentioned by members of parliament in France recently might not have been the best idea. I'm from Alsace, and I like to hear what the German minister has just said, but I'm actually French, so I want to encourage you to come towards us, and that will be the effect of attraction, and I'll leave the crowding out effect to you. So members of parliament should stay where they are, particularly right now in the current political climate in France. Members of parliament don't have the same message with regard to debt. Our members of parliament have been incapable of voting for balanced budgets for decades. They have only been agreeing on budgets with deficits. Our members of parliament are feeding on the debt, whereas we as free savers and investors who work all our lives, just as our parents and grandparents did, to save up, we are getting poorer and poorer with our country's debt. The difference when a state issues borrowing, I'm not talking about the non-mobilizable debt, as people say, which represents 450 billion, but all of the freely tradable debt. I'm saying that this is not a good thing, because what it means for millions of French people who have saved money over their lifetime, it's a very fortunate thing to be able to save up. It means that you're not using up all of your income in current everyday spending. Not all French people, millions of French people don't have this opportunity. And this leads to a situation where trust is turning into distrust, security is turning to insecurity, and contentedness awareness or the consent to taxation is increasingly lost. That's a situation we need to avoid. In the early 20th century, when income tax was introduced, it was never supposed to be a redistributive tax. We weren't thinking about social justice. At the time, members of parliament said that there should be a proportional tax rather than progressive tax. It was much later, as Eric Chenu said earlier, that the concern for ensuring that tax has a these helicopter pilots don't like me, it looks like, that our tax should have a redistributive and social justice role. I wouldn't say it's secondary, but it came in second place behind the major state responsibilities for defending the territory, education and health. These are key state prerogatives which justify national debt. And I would add that if a country like France has a rate of indebtedness above the level at which it's creating wealth, 110% of the GDP, and the deficit, which is 5.5%. That's not quite so serious. A deficit is a small flow, but a debt is a big stock. The deficit feeds into the debt level. So when I say that a country has got to the stage where it's creating more debt than it's creating in wealth, this is a very serious situation. We shouldn't penalise savers and investors who are making the effort to not be behind with their payments. If I don't repay my debts, I will be prosecuted. But if a national government doesn't repay its debt, as is its habit, we only service the debt, we only pay the interest on the debt. French people are paying 53 to 55 billion euros in debt service payments. So I say we need to set limits to the progress, the growth in debt. And I think that debt is the enemy of trust and growth.
Do you agree with that? So I would like you to react. So let's go to the solutions now. Sarah, the debt is an enemy for trust, for growth. What solution should, well, when we understand the trajectory, what can we do now?
Well, I've explained what our role in the market is, but what our role in the financial market is not, is to give policy advice. But what I can say is that, there have been a few comments on the panel talking about, perhaps it's not the level, it's the trajectory of the debt.
Parlez bien dans le micro, ça.
Excusez-moi. It's both the level and the trajectory. Because if you think about what the disadvantages of not reducing your debt are, so that means not just remaining stable, because after all, crises will come, and crises cost different amounts, but très souvent, ils coûtent très, très cher. And so what we think about is also the cost of not making that policy choice, because everything we've been talking about on this panel is about prioritization and choices. And it is a choice to not reduce debt. And what does that mean? It means, we've just been hearing about the cost of interest. It means that that can potentially crowd out investment spending. It also means that if your debt level remains elevated, even if it's stable, you then remain vulnerable to increases in interest rates. I mean, we don't think that interest rates are going back to where they were before Russia invaded Ukraine. And so this is a new normal of higher interest rates, which means that the interest bill gets higher. But I think there's also this question about margin of maneuver and having shock absorption capacity. One of the things that reducing debt, making difficult choices, sometimes politically difficult choices, and I'm not here to tell any government what those choices should be, but not making those choices means that you don't have that margin of maneuver when the next crisis comes to be able to absorb it. Without causing a further increase, potentially a quasi-permanent increase in the debt level. And so that's the way we think about it at Moody's, is we think about if debt rises, can a government bring it back down again and rebuild that shock absorption capacity? We talk a lot about that because the time horizons we think about are long. And that's why you can, during a time of crisis like COVID, see debt levels rise. But one of the things we said very early on during the pandemic crisis was something that's important is what governments choose to do next. And when that debt has risen, is it coming back down again? And in some countries in Europe, countries outside of Europe, we are actually seeing debt levels come down, in some cases coming down very quickly from some countries where you might not have expected it. You know, the Greek debt level is falling very quickly. The Portuguese debt level is falling very quickly. Cyprus, these were countries that were in crisis over 10 years ago. But following that crisis, following difficult choices, they then have that margin of maneuver to be able to come through a crisis period.
Ok, j'aimerais qu'on vous entende, Salim. Je vous voyais réagir par rapport à ce que disait Sarah. Donc, on va terminer ce tour de table pour passer après assez vite à vos.
So let's move on to your question, Salim. Now we want to hear you. We want to hear you react. So get ready for your questions. So Salim, versus what Sarah just said and your own solutions. Well, I'll try to raise the discussion taking advantage of what Sarah just said. In the Arab world, often we talk about Middle East and North Africa, MENA. We got the worst stories of two worlds, the oil importing country and then the oil exporting country, the Gulf, Saudi Arabia and the others. During the COVID period, most of the countries of the world, as we experienced in Europe and the US, had to provide financial support to the households, to this, to the companies. But we were in a situation of economic shock. So activities were going through a status quo. There was no activity. From then on, the only way we could finance such financial aid or support was through debt, public debt. Whereas the GDP was dropping, the debt ratio versus the ratio debt versus GDP increased. Then after 2021, we saw many oil exporting countries readjust their ratio and drop the ratios while the importing countries were still struggling with high ratios. But now, if we look at the composition of the debt, and this is the most important point in public debt, when we look at the composition of the debt in the Arab world, it is more and more financed by internal rather than external. So this is an economic, the sovereign and the bank, the nexus, the sovereign bank nexus means that the money from the savers, are exposed to the state risk. If the state has a risk with its budget and its budgetary so the risk of deterioration of rating or pose another problem is that the bank deposit will be exposed to risk. There is a country in the exposure to risk is in excess of 50–60%. That's the example of Lebanon. Just before the Lebanese crisis in 2019, about 70% of savings was directly or indirectly invested into state bonds. And when the crisis hit, the country entered a total blockage, economically speaking. Banks could not recover their money from the state, and in that respect were not able to give the money back to the people who contributed to the deposit. And it's been 5 years now. The state has no solution, but private sector is fine. They're producing, especially in services. But unfortunately, because there is no state, There is a high unemployment rate, a cash economy, but we also have old infrastructures and public services which are totally down. So what we're trying to do is to convince the political class to find a solution with international debt holder, the IMF, to group and to help us restart the economic machine together with the private sector. Gerard Beckerman. Of course, this is not the case of Lebanon in France, but you know, high debt, it's important, you said it, but for life insurance, for your domain, you're president of the affair, but it's important to have this high debt for your sector. Life insurance is 1,900 billion. This life insurance pays lots, renders a lot of services to the states. Half of our debt, public debt, domestic public debt, I'm excluding the 55% of the 3 billion, you know, subscribed by non-residents, you know. So half of this remaining part, it's us, life insurance. So when I say it's us, what does it mean? It means like it's 22 million of French citizens who've worked hard to get to save money, and the managers of insurance companies invest in public paper. And it is a call, a strong call I'm sending to the future members of parliament. If you don't want us to finance the public debt, well, if you want us to continue financing the public debt, stop taxing life insurance. If you tax life insurance, you're going to tax hospitals, roads, schools, healthcare, ecological transition, and sustainable development. Leave us alone. We don't need members of parliament who will tax once more life insurance, which is the perfect savings to face all the problems of life. Eric Chenu, what are your solutions? We heard you talk about the importance of debt, multiple debt. You mentioned that, not just financial, but it is also, which has other aspects. So today, what should we do to follow this trajectory of debt reduction? Well, first, we need to pull out of the budgetary adjustment. You know, the FSS, which do not allow the players, be it the stakeholders, I'm talking for me, of the healthcare systems, to project themselves, to plan the necessary adaptation. So we have to reason in terms of pluriannualities, planning or programmation plans, and this is something that today our regulatory legal frameworks do not facilitate. But mainly there is a short-termism which has been installed on the public power, which does not facilitate things. Second element, I like what Gerard Beckerman said early on when we talked about the consent or content for tax on social contribution. The last major systemic reform made in our country for tax was 35 years ago. It was the CSG. Well, general social contribution. Well, the Rocard government realized that it will not be sustainable because of the demography if we keep financing everything on social and employers' contributions. So we need a fiscal dimension. So they started this major transformation. Today, 35 years later, we are 35 years later, but we are not anticipating the shift of today. We got 1.7 active for a pensioner. It will be 1.2 for one pensioner. So we will not be able to keep financing this social system with increasing need, with the modes of action today. We know we're going to increase the debt, and as one stage we won't be able to, we will keep de-investing, and therefore we will generate inequalities and cost as well, additional cost. So if we don't plan and if we don't transform the modalities of funding, we will have difficult times. So we have to go outside of the financing. And so what can we do? What can we do? Well, we need to verified the relevance of prescription. We have to go to more opposable prescriptions, a sort of a good prescription, based on the recommendations from the recommendation of the health high authority on health. They do preconization on lots of pathologies. Let's avoid redundant care treatment, and we'll avoid additional costs by doing this type of transformation, systemic transformation from the prescriptors, and change the culture from the population. We could save 10 to 20 million euros on healthcare expenditures. This will be indispensable if we want to be able to absorb and amortize the cost that will change because of the aging of population in the coming years. Can we make it? Can we do it? Well, it depends on the political courage, depends on the ability to explain that to the population, because there are changes of habit and mobilization of healthcare professionals. In the case of the last medical convention, doctors commit themselves to improve prescription, efficiency of prescription. Well, let's create the conditions with the patients' association, with public authorities, because we will have to all get together to do the job. We'll have to pull out of our habits if we want this change to be feasible. If we don't do that, there will be, cuts in expenditures, and it will be worse. Of course, it will be worse, and it will not be less expensive. For the last 30 years, we're doing accounting, arbitration, short-termist, technocratic, and we've seen the result. It does not meet the systemic needs and the needs of the population. So we have to pull out of this, otherwise, tomorrow, a huge segment of the healthcare system that will be taxed. We've seen it in the EPADs, on the pensionist home, in a kindergarten, or dental pathology. So we have to pay attention that if tomorrow we want to guarantee access to healthcare for the population, everywhere and for everybody, and at sustainable level for the businesses, for the social contributors. Long way to go. Jacob von Fusseker. So the debt for you, it has to be analyzed, adapted to each country. What do you think of what has been said? Then we'll move on to the questions. Let's try to answer your question with an example experienced myself. Saar is a highly industrialized region, the steel industry, the automotive industry, and quite intensive, job intensive. And to decarbonize, there is a huge challenge. So I proposed, as Minister of Finance, to create a fund to finance through the debt, and possibly, a bit like in the spirit you mentioned, Jean-Paul's proposal, yes. And I was surprised that there was a lot of enthusiasm for that. Why were you surprised? But enthusiasm did not come from the fact that it could finance investment in innovation, in infrastructures, for decarbonized economic activities. But there were a lot of players in the region who thought that they would transfer all the budget investment that we were going to make anyway to get more space within the budget for consumption, for consumers. And it was a battle, it's been a political battle to ensure that we would create the funds for investment which were necessary, and we would increase the investment rate in the very budgets. And fortunately, we're able to do it. But it's very, very difficult. Why is it difficult? Because we could say, okay, what would be the basic reason? Why didn't we invest enough before in some domains? The answer is simple. Political forces, lobbies, were short-termist, and they were for consumption. They were not for expenditure that will provide long-term yields. So if through that you give more fund to the system, they will do exactly the same thing as they were doing before. They will spend the funds in a short-termist manner. So if we don't stop that logic, honestly, the additional debt will not lead to gross miracles. It will lead to the situation you are criticizing. We'll end up with more debt and not much to show in 5 or 10 years. And this is the basic problem. And I am very happy that we've been able to transform our fiscal rules in the European Union to have a closer look at the quality of public expenditures. And I think it's a good approach. And I hope it will help the member states in France and Germany to continue more the quality of expenditures and not just the quantity of expenditures. I think we have a question here in the first row. Yes, indeed. Please introduce yourself. Jeanberg, teacher, essayist. I listened to Michel Kantz's years ago. He says the long-term debt will be erased either by general bankrupt or hyperinflation or war. So the question I'm putting, which is quite provocative, Russian debt, you know it, 12.5% of the GDP, tens of hours. I'm not saying that Putin went into war with the low debt rate, but he wants to keep going. So the question maybe is out of your competence. We in the West who need to increase the armament expenditures, can we sustain this military competition by increasing by 1 or 2% GDP in the armament, and if we do it to the detriment of what? So for you, finance, well, you don't, well, last thing, I read the memoirs of Frederick the Great, who made a huge Weltanschauung. He describes the internal situation. It doesn't start with he says to have a sovereign policy, independent, you need healthy finances. I'm not saying that it explains the victory or the defeat in 1970, but there's something there in the topic. Thank you. Who would like to respond to this? Okay. Gérard? Well, when a minister doesn't want to answer, you can't ask a citizen to reply. Another question. Okay, one thing. I do believe your friend with the first expression, he was wrong. Usually war leads to debt. It does not destroy debt. It does not erase debt. Wars are very costly. It costs a lot of money. And usually it's neither feasible nor reasonable to increase taxes to such a point that we could pay for a war. So in that respect, the third way to erase a debt is it is an erroneous analysis of history. But when we look at this question, so how could we help Ukraine in the war? Well, there is a simple answer. Our economy in Europe, European economy, and if we look only at the European Union, we are so much higher than the Russian economy that there will be no problem to finance the war. But we have to ask ourselves the question, do we finance it through reassignment of resources within the budget, or do we do a less partial financing through debt? Well, another question, take advantage. Sir? Please introduce yourself. Eric de Mornac, entrepreneur. A question about the debt rate. which is the topic of this discussion. We got a debt rate of 120%. European treaty limited to 60%. 110, okay, 110. 112, okay. Well, it was thought about Monday morning. I was thinking about the end of the year. Greece, 2008, 170. So what is our percentage of chance? What is our percentage of chance? Because the two insurers are... So how can we have a situation such as Greece in 2008? Sarah.
Attempt to answer your question because I was actually the analyst for Greece at Moody's when it defaulted. So I would say a couple of things. First of all, the situation between that France is in is very different. If I were to do a comparison between the two, the economy of France is much stronger. If you think about the fundamental business model of the French economy, it's much stronger. The institutions are certainly much stronger. If you think about the ability to collect tax, which is a pretty fundamental part of government institutions, orders of magnitude stronger than what was the case in Greece. And then, of course, you had very significant event risks. You had a significant current account deficit. You spoke earlier about the bank sovereign nexus. There were issues with that in Greece as well, though it wasn't the fundamental cause of the crisis. So I would say there are very, very important differences to bear in mind between the two countries. The other thing I would say is that there are no magic numbers. When a country's debt level passes 100% of GDP, we often get asked, like, so what does that mean? And you're like, well, it kind of depends on what else is going on in the economy. Japan's creditworthiness is perfectly well intact. It has a very high debt level. It can finance that, in part because it finances itself primarily at home. So, and there are some countries, we're experts on this. We study defaults. And there are countries who default with debt levels at actually quite low levels. So there's not one magic number. I would say it depends on what else is going on in the economy, in the institutions. Fundamentally, the way we think about it is the stronger an economy, the stronger the institutions, the higher the debt level is. That's actually sustainable. That's actually hard-baked into our analytical approach, our methodology. And then, of course, you think about susceptibility to event risks, the banking sector being an important one in advanced economies.
Merci, merci Sarah. On prend peut-être une dernière question, après on va écouter.
One last question, then we listen Jean-Paul. Listen to Jean-Paul. One last question. Sir? Okay, let's take the two questions. The French debt is 3,100 billion. Before the COVID, a few years ago, it was at 2,000 billion. So the 1,000 billion, what happened? 2,000 billion was COVID. What about the rest? What does it come from? This is a great question. Let's stop looking for excuses, adjuvants. One day we said it was the subprime crisis. Then we were told that it was the, what you've just said, the COVID. But that's not that. Let's look at the real reasons. And mainly, of course, the COVID, but the COVID or the subprime crisis, we'll find a third one, don't worry, in a couple of days. That's not the point. It's the inability of the people of the political to hold a balanced budget, because if we gave the businesses or the citizens, we get them oxygen to breathe, we would be ready to play the game of integration, of major societal challenges. As President Chenu said on healthcare, healthcare is the first vector for growth in countries. And when I hear this member of parliament, what's her name, who said, I will, Sandrine Rousseau, who says, I will seize all savings, but madam, when you are a member of parliament, you got the duty to set the law. This money is not yours, it is our money. How can you dare say, I will seize the money, the insurance life money, 2,000 billion. She's not allowed to say this. Those are radical situations. Let's think, as we've done in a very positive way today, about the possible solutions. Jean-Paul, Paulin, to conclude the session rapidly. Highly complicated because a lot of topics have been discussed in different viewpoints. So I don't have the feeling that I will have everything to conclude. What I want to say is that this roundtable was more consensual than what I expected. Of course, there's been no real discussions or no contradictory controversy, but 2 points, nevertheless, which I think are important to remember. First, the issue of short-termism, which is indeed important. It is true that when we vote budget once every year, we are myopic when about the consequences thereof in the long term, and this we know we have to do something about that. Second thing, credibility. It is important indeed that when decisions are being made, it should be done in full knowledge of the situation, not by hiding a certain number of facts, and especially the conjuncture, because of course the context, because government commits itself as of based on conjunctural data which are not discussed or challenged, and there should be counterpowers. In principle, the Court of Auditors and the High Council of Public Finances, but one and the other are fairly, well, we can't hear them. They don't have power to constrain from a given way, and what they say is not impacted, is not disseminated enough. So possibly it will be important for this credibility, is what Jacob said early on about the debt, German debt, which actually was highly criticized at the time. It was said the Germans are hiding part of the debt under the carpet. So, whereas in fact, the idea was that to make the credible the expenditures, which had to be investment. So this problem of credibility has not been solved. We have to give more power, especially to the Public Finance Council, as in the UK. Thank you.
Pour votre participation.
Merci pour votre actif.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our very warm, slightly humid evening that we have together under this tent. I know that you have your eyes fixed on tomorrow. Everyone is talking about it. I'm talking about Sunday's election in France. But what we're going to do today is to look not to tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. And by that I mean not next Monday, but I mean the future, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years into the future. This outlook doesn't seem to be something that our politicians are talking about at the moment, but these issues will have a real issue on our future fate rather than the current issues. Research and innovation are fundamental for any nation, so that's what we're going to talk about this evening with a fairly provocative question. Should we privatize research to make it more effective? I've slightly changed the title of the session, but that's what the title is all about. We're going to question the fragile and crucial balance between public sector research, particularly most basic research, and private sector research, the research carried out by businesses that are looking to innovate with their technologies, products and services. So in order to discuss this today, we have just next to me Nora Patton, who is a candidate to become an astronaut. She works with Realtra Space Systems Engineering. She's a space engineer, and she is going to soon be looking down on us from somewhere closer to the stars. Next to Nora is Nicolas Dubot. You are president of the private equity company Isalt, which is investing significantly in this connection between research and business. Alongside Nicolas, you have Raphael Torchman, who chairs another private equity fund called Jato Capital. You also have a background in science, and we'll talk a bit more about that in a bit. Next to Raphael, we have Yasmine Belkaïd, who is chief executive of the Institut Pasteur. A very long CV you have, and you will be able to share with us your incredible experience in this field. But before we hear from any of these speakers, we're going to hear from Ariel Mendez, who is a professor in management at Aix-Marseille University and is member of the Cercle des Économistes. She is going to set the discussion in context. There's a lot of preconceptions that fly around with respect to the state of research in France. So, Ariel, where are things at in France right now? Thank you, Philippe. Thank you, everybody. Why are we asking this question about privatizing research to mutualize innovation? This question is indeed a little bit provocative, as Philippe said, but it highlights the ongoing stereotype of academic research, the idea that it is focused on things that are distant from the world of business. Is that true? Obviously, the two key roles of universities are teaching and research, but for several decades, we've added a third one, which is focusing on innovation. And over the last 20 years, governments have focused on enhancing this third mission through different reforms. I'll just mention a few of them. There's a law on the freedom and responsibility of universities, voted in 2007, and laws that voted the future investments and a number of other reforms that followed on from that. All of these reforms led to closer relationships between private sector and public sector research, but perhaps a closer relationship in the way they work. There are project methods where teams are in competition together, but when you look at the different budgets, the public sector organizations like CNRS and INRIA in France and the universities, we can see that the resources coming from the National Research Agency and European programs represent quite a high level, 25% of projects. For private sector finance only represents 5% of the projects. Could we go further? Yes, I think we should we do more, and can we go further? Before I answer that, I'll give you a few figures. The domestic spending on research and development on France in 2022 was 57 billion euros, 2.8% of the GDP. Private businesses represent about 68%, 36 billion euros. And about 9 to 10% of this is publicly funded through tax credits for research. Businesses employ 71% of researchers against 61% against 39% in universities. So the private sector is ahead in terms of research, but innovation still requires public research funding. And I would say there's three reasons for this. Firstly, fundamental public research, and I do make the distinction between the fundamental research that happens in the public and the private sector, because there is fundamental research in the private sector. Public fundamental research is key. The sociologist Michael Callon has said how important it is to consider science as a public good, which enables us to act in the long term and in the public interest. Secondly, research funding is essential because it bears some of the risk that businesses can't bear because of their economic constraints. A third reason for this is that public funding has a positive impact on the level and quality of business R&D. We know that the businesses that capitalize the most on public research are those that also invest the most in their own R&D. The key issue for innovation is public-private cooperation. From this perspective, France is facing two challenges, or perhaps two weaknesses. Firstly, as a country, we are not investing enough in research. As I said just a bit earlier, just over 2% in GDP, which is below the European average. Germany, Belgium, Switzerland are about 3% of GDP, so that's a much higher level. And despite all of the different mechanisms and schemes that have been put in place, the lack of cooperation between public sector and private sector is a reality. Why is that? There's a bit of a cultural gap between public sector and private sector research. There are different goals, different timescales as well between basic research, fundamental research, which requires a long timescale, and private sector research, which is looking for quick results, quick wins. So the aim is to build and strengthen the bridge by improving mobility of researchers between public and private organizations and create the conditions for mutual enrichment in order to benefit society as a whole. In order to do that, we need to ensure academic freedom, independent production of original knowledge, but we also need to protect intellectual and industrial property rights, and in more general we need to support businesses' innovation functions in order to collaborate with public sector research. Thank you very much. Ariel Mendes, thank you. One of the things we should note from that is that 2/3 of research is private sector, 1/3 public sector, both in terms of staffing and in terms of financial resourcing, and that Europe isn't ahead of the game and France is lagging behind within Europe. So all of that creates a context which is a bit of a challenge. So let's start by getting into the detail of this issue with someone who is very important in terms of French research schemes. She's important both through her experience. I'm referring to Yasmine Belkaïd. You have a very international background. You are French and Algerian. You've spent a lot of time in your career in the USA. You are a well-known researcher in the field of immunology. You've led a very significant laboratory in the US, and you are continuing to carry out research at the Pasteur Institute, whilst still leading the organization. And finally, as I'm sure you're going to explain to us, the Pasteur Institute is a very unique institution. There are other institutions, but this one is perhaps a bit of a one-off within the field of French innovation. So the COVID pandemic highlighted, as we will remember, how far France was behind in terms of vaccine production and vaccine research. We saw that the innovation came from Germany with BioNTech and the UK with the Oxford vaccine. You've come in to lead the organisation just a few months ago. What would your first observation be? Is French innovation and research struggling? Yes, I think that French research is struggling. Let me mention a couple of things when we talk about this sector. We are all coming from education which was paid for by the government. Let's not forget that. All of those who were working in research are coming from a system that was publicly funded. Let's remember that. It's an important point. French research is struggling, and for various reasons. What happened with COVID was one thing that reminded us of this fact. We know there's low levels, chronically low levels of funding for research, and particularly for biomedical research. Fell in terms of funding by 30% in the decade before COVID, so we're very badly prepared. What happens? We see our scientists leave the country and go to work abroad. The lack of resources means that the system is less competitive. And in a system where you needed to react quickly in the COVID pandemic, we needed a network and a partnership with industry, and that had dissipated. So we're in a perfect storm. We were less well placed to respond to the situation that's occurred. You have a very international background. As I said, you led one of the major laboratories, the National Institute of Health, the NIH, an American body, which has a budget of more than $50 billion per year. Here in France, we struggle to understand how massive the organization is. And this organization is at the heart of basic fundamental research. What do they have that we don't? Is it money, talent? Well, one thing in the USA that is very different is that there is a strong belief in the power of research. It's an incredible system because regardless of the political context, something that unites all Americans is the deep-seated belief that academic research will give very significant benefits to society. That's very much a shared belief. So the fact that NIH spends money in all of the states and all the states benefit from it, they all become advocates for this type of system. There's another thing about the deep-seated belief in investment in public sector research. There is a form of optimism, belief in a positive future, and readiness to respond quickly. There's also a lot of philanthropy, which reduces some of the risk of research, and that creates an environment which is very highly supported by the government. It's very stable, so it enables there to be an ecosystem where research can be produced, and it enables long-term partnerships to be created. The business and industry sector benefits from this public research. Where do these $50 million come from? From taxation. This is a societal choice to reinvest, to invest. Is this the state federal budget, the federal budgets? Yes. That's very impressive. Raphael Torgman, you've been a researcher in a past life in the health and medical sector before you moved into private equity sector. I'm not going to call it venture capital. It's private equity, which is the step that comes after the venture capital stage. So you're not focusing on the earliest stages of business creation. Do you agree with what has been said about this difficult situation that French research faces? Is it about the poor connection between the public and private sector? You've worked in hospitals, you've worked in medical laboratories, you know this area, but over the last 20 years you've been investing in private equity. Is there a difficulty in the connection between these two worlds? First thing I'd like to say is thank you to the organisers. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, there is a problem in terms of the connection and there need to be some improvements. But what I'd like to do is talk about health and innovation in health. That's as a physician and biological research I can speak into. We talked about COVID and you said that we were very much behind when COVID hit. COVID highlighted that health is a public good and we had perhaps forgotten that a bit rapidly. So it shows that we all need to make efforts, whether it's in finance, where I'm working now, or in terms of public or in private financed research. I think this is very important. Otherwise, there will be no more economy. With the G2 private equity fund and in the health sector in France and abroad, one of the key things that we see after fundamental research, and when I talk about fundamental research, this is research that is not applied research. We might be looking for new targets or new pathways in order to then innovate and carry out the applied research which leads to R&D. This fundamental basic research needs ongoing funding. We should not decline in this way because otherwise we'll have no more research following on for that. And then applied research and R&D is generally increasingly funded by the private sector. The private sector funds startups and funded by private equity funds like us, and our money comes from institutional funds. So this is a huge value chain where both the public and the private sector play a complementary role in different proportions depending on what stage of the chain you're looking at. So when you look at a company, I'll take the example of a French company that we funded called Sparring Vision, which focuses on serious eye diseases that make people blind, and they are using gene therapy. This innovation came out of the Eye Institute in Paris, led by a researcher who'd worked a lot in the USA, and on the basis of his research funded by INSERM, public research body, the innovation was patented, and that's a really key stage. And when you have the patent, then the private sector bodies can come into play to provide funding, but also offer know-how and talent, in particular from the pharmaceutical industry at the other end of the chain, who will be ending up selling and marketing these products. So this is a key step in the chain. Funding is very important. It's not just about seed funding at the start of Business Light. There's a public investment bank called BPI France, and I mention them very often because they have funded lots of parts of the value chains. But there are other investors like our fund, J2. We manage a fund of 535 million euros in order to push the businesses forward, because you need to ensure continuity. The EIB, where we put together the J2 private equity fund in 2019, their report said that you need to fund not only all the parties, but there need to be funds to ensure continuing finance, because when this finance is available as continuous, you can move forward quicker and quicker to provide benefits for patients. So this is a very important part, and funds like ours, let's perhaps talk about some of the positive things, some of the solutions. We're able to benefit from some significant initiatives in Europe and in France to raise high levels of funding. An economist called Tibi had been appointed by the Le Maire government in France. We raised 6 billion in 2022, 7 billion last year to invest in funds like ours in order to promote private sector R&D with public funds behind it. So in this public-private partnership, there are funds like ours which are very important. Our fund wouldn't exist if we didn't have an investor, this French investment bank BPI, another organisation called the Caisse des Dépôts, the FEI, which is another public investor. All of this gave us leverage to draw in other private investors like the Texas Pension Fund, Singapore Fund, Capgemini put money into the fund. So all of these public and private sector stakeholders were very important throughout this value chain. Let's go back to the question at the start. Are you seeing an improvement in terms of the public sector researchers and their appetite for working to promote and commercialize their research? We're not talking about making all researchers into the leaders of startup businesses, but you were saying people say there's some cultural barriers in France whereby people who are working in research struggle to get started in building a business or working with private sector business. Are things improving at the moment? Yes, very clearly there was a law voted on innovation, and some researchers have been able to release either some or all of their time to work on business ideas. That's really changed things. When you look at patents are the result of publications that have been transformed into innovation that can be used for industrial manufacturers. France is leading the way in Europe in terms of the number of patents. 20 years ago, when I started in investment, I came from the academic world, and researchers didn't want to file patents. They just wanted to publish papers. So there's been a new interest and a lot of changes. There's a lot has come from this public investment bank, BPI France. But there are other banks as well who've invested in order to push this entrepreneurial spirit. So we have entrepreneurs, researchers who are much more curious about working in the business world. And what we need to improve is the speed at which things go. In institutes, public sector institutes such as INSERM, CNRS, and universities come together to file patents and to commercialize products. It takes a long time when you compare it with what goes on in the USA, and you lose value like that. That's an interesting thing that you say. You just mentioned the I Institute, but the object that you're talking about is very interesting. It's a research institute based inside a public hospital in Paris, but which is carrying out both fundamental research and also research that's going into the private sector. It's a very nice model, actually. It's both public sector, private sector, fundamental research, applied research. There's another nice example of that in France, which is the Imagine Institute for Rare Diseases, where you have patients being treated on one site, where there's also researchers and also businesses working. It's a great example. We need some others as well, and we need people and stakeholders to get together and work in an open innovation approach. We haven't talked about the Pasteur Institute model. It's a combination of public and private sector thanks to its public fundraising. Let's carry on now with Nicolas Dubourg. You know a bit about science. You said you had a PhD in maths. That's not bad, I'd say. But you've decided to spend your life in the financial sector and help businesses to develop, particularly in high-tech sectors, in mobility, energy, and so on. So you focus on some of those fields. Tell us a little bit about whether it's perhaps easier to work than in the field of healthcare. Are there some sectors where you're particularly focused on because the French market has some specialities in those fields? Tell us what your approach is and talk to us about this relationship of public and private sector in research. Thank you, Philippe. Good afternoon, everybody. I would be fairly optimistic, actually, when I look over the last 30 years. From my point of view, the connection between research and the private sector has moved on. In the past, businesses were asking how they could work with a researcher, how they could hire a researcher. It's no longer the case at all. When you look at the technological parts of our investments, there are very significant connections between public sector laboratories and private businesses that work in similar fields. So I'm not going to talk more about the ecosystem, which Raphael described very well. You can have both public and private investment, so from long-term private sector investors in France who are interested in those issues. In our fund, ESALT, we invest in mature companies with high levels of R&D intensity. They often invest more than 10% of their annual revenue, sometimes as much as 15% in R&D. That's a very high level. We're also funding younger and less mature companies which need capital in order to boost their development, scale up and create their industrial facilities or boost sales. So when you're in that kind of world, you have to be quite pragmatic and realistic. You're putting a lot of money in to build production facilities, and you need to make sure that there will be a return on investment and a positive outlook. So to respond to Philippe's question, what we try to do is to look at the overall ecosystem. I know it's a bit of a cliche to talk in these terms, but it is quite meaningful to make sure that an invention that starts with a scientific or technological innovation might have a chance of success here in France. Let me give you an example of a very mature company called Soitec. We are on the board of directors of this company. They make substrates for semiconductors. They come out of a public research laboratory called the CEA in France. They use patents developed by the CEA, and they are staying ahead of their competitors thanks to this partnership. It's a great French business. Recently, we've funded Verkor. You might have heard of this business, a battery manufacturer based in northern France near Dunkirk. And once again, we brought together expertise in technology and industrial manufacturing in order to do that. And there is an industrial partnership with the Renault car company. It's very important to have a comprehensive ecosystem to ensure that these innovations would have outlook in France. In the space sector, we provided investment for a company from Rennes. I think it's interesting to note that these companies are right across France, not just in the capital. It's important that science isn't just based in Paris. It needs to create local jobs. That's a key point that we look at. This company has a fleet of observation satellites. It's supported by the French Navy, but also works with other NATO countries and private businesses. It's one particular technological advance over its American competitor, and it's just they've just raised 85 million euros, so that's pretty impressive. And the final example is in the agri-food sector. We have worked with a French agricultural cooperative with patented processes for manufacturing plant-based proteins, and 1,000 farmers have signed up to use this innovative process. That's right across France, right across our territory, with a grassroots approach, which is fairly fundamental to us.
You mentioned Soitec. It's interesting because indeed, when it comes to regions, the Grenoble regions near the Alps is quite exceptional because, well, the CEA, the Nuclear Research Center, has a lab working with businesses, and they also have a large ecosystem. I think it is the part of France where there is the highest number of engineers per square kilometer. So it's very much like the I Institute. It's a location where talents gather, and this will lead to a lot of IT companies or microelectronics or the other high-tech corporations. Now, let's conclude this roundtable discussion with you, Nora Patton. You are soon you'll be taking off, somehow you'll be lifting off, actually. You've been selected to be involved in Virgin Galactic flight, private business, by the way. Note that in space today, between Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and it is Branson, it's private. It is a domain where a lot of private money is being invested. It's not for the sake of it. This is a call for technologies and for research, and it is also something that makes us dream. So, Nora, tell us, explain to us how do you see the role of space research in this discussion between public-private?
Yes, thank you very much. Excusez-moi, I'll speak in English. Yeah, I think the last decade or so has probably been one of the most exciting when we look at space as an industry. Just to put some context on it, there was a recent report by the World Economic Forum that is predicting the global space economic world will reach $1.8 trillion by 2035. So that's a big number, up from about 630 billion as of 2023. Will it reach that number? Who knows? But the point is, it's growing year on year. And what we're seeing is that the return on investment and the return from space is not just financial. More and more space-based technology is helping combat big global issues. For example, climate change, disaster response, all of these big global issues. And you look at the role of government, look at the number of space agencies. So, for example, in the year 2000, we had about 40 space agencies. That number has almost doubled now to over 75. So it gives you some context on the fact that more and more governments are becoming much more active in the sector because they know the benefits isn't just financial, it's also national and, you know, for the greater good. I'd absolutely echo, you know, some of the comments on the panel earlier. I work for a space technology company in Ireland. Absolutely, the role of research in academia, working with small companies is essential. You know, I work for a space technology company. We've very close ties with France through Ariane Group. So the Ariane 6 is Europe's next flagship launcher. It's going to launch on Tuesday evening. For anybody who's interested in space, watch it because it's going to be a big...
We cross fingers.
Cross fingers, I should add that. But, you know, it's been really remarkable for Railtra to be able to work with a very big French space player and have Irish technology on board. And, you know, those systems require innovation. They require financing. And so I look at, you know, my role in Railtra, but also my role as flying as a researcher to space on a commercial suborbital, and where is the role of government in this? And I think it's multifaceted. You know, the government need to support the skill set nationally and in Europe. They need to help commercialize the IP, back to what was being said earlier. They need to act as a networker. How do you connect researchers with industry and industry with academia? They need to know what's happening in the various institutions and who needs what. That's absolutely key. I've seen it even with progressing our technology right through the technology readiness level all the way up to flight, you know, operation. You need to map out along that chain what needs to happen. So to have matchmakers is very, very important. And also matchmakers for working with other industries across Europe. That's going to be key as the sector grows and as Europe takes its place in space. You need that network. So I think it's multi-layered.
And when we prepare this roundtable, you told me also that one of the role of space is also to give to the young people the motivation, the envy, the dream, the desire to go to the engineering, science, and it's a big driver for the young people.
I think a lot of kids would say space and dinosaurs, you know, are their two loves when they're young. But I really think it's been a testament of commercial opportunities. Like a decade ago now, I was able to work with a commercial company called NanoRacks based in the US to send the first Irish student experiment to the space station. And that experiment flew up on the Orb-2, it flew down on SpaceX. Commercial space was really in its infancy at the time, but to make young people aware of those opportunities was just, that's so critical. And I really think it's going to be a huge role to my own spaceflight, is to engage with as many people as possible, to talk about the research, what we're doing, why we're doing it, the benefits to society, and also the commercial opportunities that come out of space. So yeah, I think it's certainly, since my spaceflight has been announced only 2 weeks ago, there's been massive support and enthusiasm and excitement around it nationally.
Alors voilà, c'est important en fait de faire rêver aussi toute une génération pour que.
It's important to make a generation dream so that they will believe in progress in science, technology. It is part of the equation in order to improve the situation. Now, to improve the situation, let's have a roundtable discussion now before taking questions from the audience. Quickly, each and every one of you, what are your recommendations? How can we improve the French system, by the way? Because we've seen that it can be improved, definitely. It needs improvement. Yasmin Belkaid. We didn't talk about it early on, but the status of a Pasteur Institute is specific. It's a public entity. The board of directors comprises people from research organizations like CNRS and INSERM, but it calls on they receive private donations. Is it a replicable model which is efficient for the future? The reason why I came back to France, because of the Pasteur Institute, because Pasteur Institute is a model which right from the start was very modern, done by Louis Pasteur. The idea was the continuum. Within the same institute, there would be non-directed researchers for curiosity, fundamental research, then applied research, then medicine and innovation. So clearly, in education. So it is an exhaustive understanding, research, everybody under the same roof. This is the way to make headways. And this model, you know, hold on for 40 years, and it remains an amazing and powerful institute in the world, thanks to this very modern, highly modern vision that the ecosystem has to be integrated. So today, this integration shows its limits. We are funded only at 15% by the government. Things are becoming more difficult, and the balance between the four dimensions has to be preserved. That of innovation, you know, the independent fund, and so on and so forth. But I want to say as well that this collaboration, I mean, we have to preserve the space for research. The word has not been mentioned much here. Research for tomorrow's drugs all came from research which were not always direct. So it was fundamental research based on curiosity, which takes time, which has to be protected. This is what the Institut Pasteur fait. You know, we have to keep that in the French ecosystem. The origin of discoveries is curiosity in research. What is revolutionizing the cancer care comes from fundamental research on how immunotherapy, how we respond to ourselves. The CRISPR, you know, which will change this, you know, the molecular scissors. the clippers. You know, someone said, I want to understand how bacteria fights against the virus. So we have to know that this research, which may seem esoteric, is the basis of all fundamental discoveries. So we need to protect this ecosystem in collaboration with to evolve to the industry and partners, but this space is vital, and it's unfortunately becoming too small in France. Well, this space is vital. We need to foster it, yet time has nothing to do with that of businesses. You remember that the first NRA discovery was 40 years ago, artificial intelligence 50 years ago. So clearly there is a maturation laser. I mean, let's look at all the major breakthrough discoveries. They come from all private research. So how can we have in the same location people who work on sort of a timeless agenda and others who have 1, 2, 3 years agenda? Well, let's not stop it. It's a pipeline. It has to be a continuous process. Discovery will mature, grow, and we have to see when there is a discovery and help scientists. But we have to give them time. But if we stop interrupting fundamental research, the pipeline will diminish. We have to give time to time, but we have to look at what is going on, help scientists. Some scientists are, are not necessarily entrepreneurs, but they're good at finding things. So we have to help them and give them resources too, so that they can proceed with their information. So research and discovery has to be preserved for its intrinsic value. Let's not turn all researchers into entrepreneurs. It's not necessarily their cup of tea, not the same DNA, if I dare say so. So now, Torgman, Madame Torgman, what can we improve? Well, of course, the state has to give more money. Okay, we'll see tomorrow and tomorrow, day after tomorrow, what will go on. But, well, I did like research by curiosity, curiosity-driven research rather than fundamental research. So, well, we need to attract private money and not just the state. And we have to take time, but we help them to go further in their research. And this is clearly the public-private partnership, which I mentioned earlier on, but there are others. There are many hidden treasures in France. There is a company we finance from the French Blood Institute in France, in Besançon, with products which can cure leukemia in elderly patients. So a lot of treasures. And again, for this, there are more and more public-private partnerships. There is the, I mentioned, the Saclay for nuclear research, IGR with a collaboration with the pharma industry. All this is important, in fact, to take more risk before it becomes a product. But there is also an innovation aspect we haven't discussed. Well, you mentioned it, artificial intelligence, but now it's the right time with the good opportunity, especially for healthcare. There are so many patient data. Now we're facing regulatory impediment, how can we use patient data without affecting their private life or their intimacy, but we need to generate data which will make it possible to speed up, to produce better drugs, cheaper drugs, but everything which has to do with prevention. So there are, there must be public-private collaboration that are most interesting there. And I think what is also interesting with the Pasteur Institute, and the only one in France, is that it functions. One of the solutions is that universities, foundations should invest themselves into the funds like we do, like ours, so that there will be a virtuous feedback so that they can refinance more innovation. And the third, to me, the third aspect is everything that's philanthropy. I mean, clearly there is a link with and even a virtuous circle, which is to finance with money, to take risk so that afterwards the profit should be put to the benefit of research. There is a great Danish example, the Innovo Foundation, which is for non-profit making actions, but has created several activities within profit actions, with Nordisk, by the way, and by associating public-private through philanthropy, and because then it can generate through the private, well, there is sort of a loop and financed more innovation, including the industrialization of drugs. The scale-up, as we said, but of course the industrialization, especially in France, we're all here to try to do more. Nicolas, why don't you invest in AI? That's a trap. That's a nasty question. Well, we haven't yet invested in AI, but well, it is entering several domains, in which we work. So we're looking at it closely. So AI, well, as you said, Philippe, it has been here for quite a while. It's been here for a while, and therefore it is not present in everyday's life. It is the mix of the works and hardware, which made it possible to do quick calculations, quick computing, and things that could not be done because to iterate for hours or days to get the results of the output. Now it can be done quickly, and the models can be applied. So AI, well, just consider that again, to finance that, to enter into that, we need a logic of domains and a global ecosystem that will enable younger companies and innovative companies from France and Europe. Well, this is more a European than French debate because a lot of money is needed to have a lasting, profitable future. Let me remind you that versus the US, I made a simple calculation. When you look at the GAFAM and their mean free cash flow in 2023, what they get in cash over a year is 60 billion. It's lots of money on average for each. Now, when we look in France, major corporations, well, you see LV, Image, Total, their free cash flow on average is 15 billion each. So in the US, you got companies with huge means which are already in the ecosystem, and they can accelerate young companies. So to do this, we need to do it with on a larger play field at the European scale. And this is for the public authorities and the public decisions to support this development. And private investors will not do it. Last point, now, there is a kind of a technological breakthrough or rupture coming from fundamental research, which took 10 years around quantic or quantum calculation. We had the Nobel Prize in 2022. Work started in the 70s, so it's concrete now. We now have champions, most interesting to look at that. And with a new disruption, we're less in competition with Chinese or American players, so there could be an opportunity to be taken. Nuclear industry, again, or nuclear domain, I mean, this is accepted, it can be heard, we can look at it. There is a very high know-how, high know-how in France, we know that. There are 12 innovative projects that have been identified, in addition to the traditional projects. Things to be done, capital needed, long-term projects. We have to look into that. Noah.
Will give your opinion on what we can do to improve research in Europe, especially France, of course.
Well, I suppose I can't sit here and not mention the International Space Station. It's a researching laboratory. It's been in operation since November 2000. And to echo what's been said, fundamental research takes time. And it's really quite a remarkable environment when you do research in a microgravity lab. Things behave differently, they grow differently, and they're calling this the decade of science because the astronauts on board are there to do science, to do payloads, to do operations all day, all of their days while they're in space. And I think over the next decade, we'll see an awful lot more outputs from that research. And what I hope is that the commercial suborbital research flights will help augment, will help assist the research in microgravity. Because I was at a recent launch over in New Mexico, and it was really quite remarkable to see the interaction of the research folk on board, how they were able to literally walk their experiments on board the spacecraft very shortly before the launch. This is with Virgin Galactic suborbital. The spacecraft took off, went to space, the research was done on board, and within minutes of the flight landing, the researchers had those experiments back in their hands. So from an end user perspective, the accessibility is important. The cost, the frequency of the launches, all of those things are important, but we've learned so much from living and working on the ISS, on the International Space Station. Next point of life will be to go to the moon. The moon is 1/6 gravity compared to microgravity on the ISS. So again, it's going to be a new place for us to go and learn more about how things operate in that environment. But yeah, I mean, I cannot not mention the ISS as a research platform, and I think there's going to be a whole lot more outputs from it in the next few years.
Okay, so let's go to the moon, but juste avant.
Before that, we have to close this roundtable. We won't have time for questions. So if you have questions, do not hesitate to come and talk to the members of the panel when we'll be out. Ariel, the closing note, 3-4 minutes to tell us what should be, what's the take-home message. I'm not if I'm surprised or astonished. Well, everything has been said, confirmed a lot of things. First, congratulations for the richness and the quality of your interventions. I can detect a note of optimism. I mean, clearly we can see that there are solutions, devices or spaces for integration of the various players, and therefore the stakeholders can work together, so things are not that bad. Nevertheless, I mean, what we have to bear in mind is that there is no innovation without research, especially without fundamental research or research by curiosity. So what I keep in mind as well is that behind the low figures in terms of investment in research, maybe there is a lack of a project and political vision. And remember what you said early on about the need. Well, we must trust science that works for society. Researchers work for society. They don't work for themselves. And then we have to trust and believe in the future. And Nora talked about dreams. Yeah, of course, science has to fuel dreams. And it is probably one means to restore or to amplify trust in science. And then the state has to accept to take the responsibility for that risk. At the European level, early on, you talked about the means that the GAFAM can have at their disposal. Well, Europe doesn't have that, France certainly not, so we won't be able to do research for innovation and society without the without going to Europe. So that's what I keep in mind. Many other points, but those are the main points and elements. And if you give me 1 minute to conclude, we talked about innovation, but innovation is a kind of sort of a buzzword in our society. And innovation is not always a source of progress. Innovation could be the transformation of an idea into something that will produce value, especially economic value. But we know we can produce economic value without any societal or social value. So research serves what type of innovation? And then there is a colleague, Frank Agiri in Paris Tech, who wrote a book called Innovation, but to do what? You know, or to what purpose? So always, what's the end purpose of innovation? And a little down note, well, we had great panelists, but all in the same domain. But research is also human and social science. We're human beings, we live in society. We know that today We go through institutional, political, democratic, demographic crises, which are essential. We will not innovate in the social, institutional, political plan without human and social science. Research is also human and social science. We need mathematicians and philosophers and sociologists and doctors and interpreters, everything. So thank you all, and good evening. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you. Please take seat. We're very happy for this almost final session, the penultimate session. We have a great panel, and we'll talk about AI. We know that you're all fascinated by this topic. So we mentioned that there's been a lot of questions around AI, you know. So in this plenary session called, you know, AI States Inversion of the Power Struggle, Elman Ezat, who is Director General of Capgemini, then Paul Hudson, Director General of Sanofi, then Jacques Attali, and President of Attali Associates, and Tatiana Jama, who is a lawyer, entrepreneur, and she was entrepreneur for 15 years, you know, and then she sold her business to Amazon. You know, it has to be mentioned. She's an investor, and she's the original associations which work in the digital world. She's also a member of the National Council of the Digital National Council. Then a couple of words of introduction, then I give the floor. First, I want to start with a clarification which may be of importance. We might come back to it. Generative AI is recent, quite new. We've talked about it a lot. The fact that it will generate content, images, text, whatever, from huge quantities of data which is provided to it during this training session. We discovered that with ChatGPT. I'm sure a lot of you tried. AI, artificial intelligence per se, you know, is older. You can do complex calculation and refers to all form of machine learning and smart automation. So the title of the session refers us to the way AI, and more specifically generative AI, GAI, could be a threat for democracy or for the economy. Especially when you see the GAFAM, but not just the GAFAM, but also the global power struggles which are being constructed. Now, just a feedback in history. In 1872, British writer Samuel Butler published a novel in which there were two groups of individuals. There were those who fought for the machines and those who feared that they would be replaced. Each time there is innovation, we hear the same thing. We heard that with railways and Luddite and whatever. The economic history shows that innovation can be feared, but also quite desirable. So again, we see this discussion with AI. I almost want to say even more so between the people who wish to doom the doomers, the disillusionists, and the techno-optimistic. Well, first they said there would be manipulation of information. They do exist. Disinformation, loss of control of a smart system, of AI systems, and the models can do non-desired actions, lead to accidents when it comes to cybersecurity. And maybe we've crossed a step versus other innovation. And it is quite a different form of worries than for the techno-optimistic, and in some domains, such as healthcare. We'll discuss it with Paul Hudson. We know that artificial intelligence is an amazing opportunity. It is the poison and the remedy, you know, the pharmacon, which is a drug, and you can have a drug and a poison. So what's the position, the role of the states? How can they promote the development of AI or support it or help it, promote research linked to it, and protect institutions, individuals, citizens from the potential dangers thereof? So how can we reverse the power struggle? So clearly, lots of questions are still open. I mentioned a few. Well, there's the issue of job destruction. We talked about that. They're likely, but there will be job creations. It is the so-called creative destruction that you all know, and the promises in terms of productivity, skills, competence. Two-second measure question: will AI improve the well-being of citizens? Which is, in fact, the most important question. Under which condition? And are these conditions? Do these conditions belong to the states, to the individuals, organizations, NGOs, associations, and so on and so forth? In which case, where does the power lie? Let's start with Amen. It's that Capgemini. Simple question: how does Capgemini, in its processes, how do you use AI? You do your advisor, your consulting. So how do you advise them? That's it. I'll come back to the rest. Thank you. Hello. Hi. So for AI and generative AI, it's a technology. So our business is to help companies to appropriate this technology and that it is useful for their business. Generative AI is new. AI is not new. Before ChatGPT, there were about 30,000 people working in data management and AI. It's not something new. But the fact that AI and generative AI or even technologies will bring in productivity, nothing new. We know that the tasks have been automated in human resource, logistics, supply chain, whatever. So whenever there is a new technology, we see the same fears. Especially, we talked first about productivity. Major productivity jumps. IMF report last year said 300, 400 million jobs could be at risk. Of course, soon we realize that that's not the way it goes. It's more complicated. Productivity levels are not there. Actually, they're much weaker, and it takes more time. So there is productivity with generative AI because we can use beyond data. We can use text, voice, other forms of information, which gives a context, and therefore, at the end, people are more productive. Now, can we automatize massively all jobs? No. There is a report from a recent economist from the MIT, and he considered that the impact on the global productivity of generative AI will be 4 to 5% after 10 years. No, it's reality. Change will take place through people. We change processes, work method. We have to train people. Use cases step by step. We've done almost 600 projects in generative AI. We got about almost 1,800 pending. We've done a lot of progress. A lot of expectations have been produced through generative AI for massive productivity gains. I've seen managers 10, 15 months ago assess through generative AI, I don't need to have software developers, and that cost my IT cost by 50%. Well, they came back because productivity levels are not there. Cost cutting is much lower, and it's in fact more complicated. I think beyond that, and there are many aspects around innovation. The discovery of new drugs. We try to manage it, telco networks more efficiently. So there are opportunities in terms of creation of value. We underestimate, but we stigmatize people in terms of productivity. Now, when it comes to the public-private, I think there should be more work together between public-private in this domain. Of course, there are the regulation dimensions. We need that for any new technology. There must be regulation, but let's be careful here. The AI European Act is not good. It went too far. We have to reduce the risk, but we cannot remove the risk. If we try to remove the risk, you kill innovation. We're going too far. With the AI Act, we try to regulate technology, not the use of technology. The initial orientation was good. Let's supervise the models, the most risky models. But today we are interfering with the technological development, and then people will run away. And the last point, just for the positioning of France in terms of AI, we're in a good position. We have very good research centers, very good competence, a lot of people invest. So I consider that France could be at the top in terms of AI development, but also show the model, what can be done with AI in an ethical, responsible way, and especially for data protection. Now, I'm turning to Paul Hudson, maybe in the healthcare field that we expect a lot from AI, research on vaccine, on pandemics, epidemics, drugs, molecules, medical imaging, or algorithm, the radiologist to identify tumors or fractures. But on your website, you say we want to be the first biopharmaceutical corporation that uses AI at a large scale. Now, how do you implement AI, and what are your questions for you?
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. It's great to be here, everybody. Let's be really clear up front that there are more diseases that are untreatable without medicines than there are diseases with medicines. And we've been limited by the size of our laboratories, the brains of our people, and now with this great disruption, there is a moment where we can consider treating diseases or tumor types that simply have no treatment for them. And we must take advantage of it, and we must take advantage of it now. With generative AI and large language models, we have a chance to work real time on how to design molecules that might be able to treat a particular cancer that today is killing people. We have to take that opportunity. We have the opportunity again to simulate what is happening with medicines and what will happen inside a person's body before we even give it to a person, so that we can avoid side effects and challenges that they may face if they're on treatments for a long period of time. What you may not know is it takes about 15 years to make a medicine. And in that 15 years, 5 years in, there is a 90% chance of failure. 12 years in, there is a 35% chance of failure. And it takes about 3 billion euros to have a shot at 65% chance of success 12 years into the program. If we can use artificial intelligence and generative AI to improve the probability of success at each, even by 5% or 10%, we could save so many more lives. We can be more efficient with capital, which we can redeploy to treat untreatable diseases. Put simply, we use large language models and machine learning to identify targets and find new drugs. We use generative AI right now to write documents for us that we submit to the regulators. When we drive to the FDA in the US, we take 6 trucks of paper that takes them 1 year to read before they can approve a medicine. And we can shorten that to days and do real-time simulation with the regulator for a better outcome by using Gen AI. We don't use these tools to reduce jobs. We use these tools to get our people to focus on insights, action, and not on summarizing and bringing together large data sets. It's just not the world anymore, right? It's just not appropriate. I say to my own children, don't use ChatGPT. It's cheating if you're at university. And they laugh. And they say, you used to go to the library to look for a book, to write an essay, and somebody had already hidden the book somewhere else in the library because they didn't want you to have it. So you were competing with them. I'm like, really? The truth is the world moved on. Lastly, there's snackable AI, and we have 18,000 people using snackable AI every day. And what do we mean by that? Well, put simply, when you may be familiar with Waze, the driving app that helps you get around. You got to get in the car, you have to start the engine, you drive, and it says turn left or turn right. And you know it's probably right, even if sometimes you think you know better. You don't. It's large language models, it's huge amounts of data, it's open, and we want our people, now 18,000 people when they go to work can look at the app look at the notification, it might say, you might want to spend time on this subject today because it's an opportunity you are missing. Turn left or turn right. And we feel that is the best way to free the full insight and power of our people. We have to do it responsibly, and whether we have time to get to that, ethically, equitably, of course, but entrepreneurial. And Eamon says a very important point. We have a great partnership, by the way. You can't write regulation and policy to start defensively. You're already disconnected from the competitive global economy. But you must not suppress the opportunity for people to take advantage. For us, the Rubicon we do not cross is patient data. We may look for patterns in data, but patient data is sacrosanct. Patients' individual data is theirs and theirs only, or theirs and their physician. That's the road you never cross. Everything else is about finding new medicines faster. And for us in Sanofi, we are absolutely the leading healthcare company in the adoption of AI.
I confirm that, Biden. Je confirme. Hein?
Thank you. Turning to Jacques Attali, who has significant views on the relationship between Europe, the US, and I have a question to you on the role of France and Europe in this world and with AI. European startups exist, you know, Mistral AI for France, Lef Alpha for Germany, for example, but they're small, they're minute versus what is being done in the US or even in our country, in China. Now, how can we be in competition with fight against American giants? Well, we said we can be competitive for the fabrication of models. For the rest, no. We need the Google, Amazon server, you know, and others. So what do you think about this international war? Well, I'm a small shareholder of Mistral, so. But I'll come back to the beginning. I'll go back to the beginning. First, I think this word is it's not intelligence, artificial. It is intelligence. It is in the English sense of the word, which is not intelligence in the French meaning of the word. It's not artificial. The true word would be automatic prediction. It is a small step in the long chain of the evolution of automation, manipulation of information, which started with the Blaise Pascal machine in 1614, which continued with, you know, all the machines and Turing and so on and so forth. And it will continue, a small step. In this small step, there are two dimensions, two different dimensions. Prediction, automatic prediction at the industrial level, and the ALLM, that is the other distinction. But anyway, industrial production, it's huge field. It's you don't want to avoid failures, leakages, to do predictive maintenance, to detect a certain number of anomalies before they take place. You know, there's a predictive potential which is huge. By the way, versus what Eamon said early on, there is a huge mystery which is not on AI, but for 30 years there is an increase of innovation, and 30 that there is no increase in productivity, not just AI. So there is a mystery there, which is we explain for another reason, which is not today's topic, that innovation does not increase productivity. Innovation does not increase productivity, and this is the case for 30 years. So it's not specific to AI. So, having said that, I do believe in predictive maintenance, industrial artificial intelligence, and I doubt the so-called generative AI, because first, there is a lot of, it has a lot of difficulty. ChatGPT doesn't work. The results are fairly poor. It's less than Google, not as good as Google when we look for information. It's full of hallucination. And when you know how it is done it is really, makeshift. It's like a garage technology, with this model. We don't know how this model functions, and we have to, well, this is something that could be quite a disappointment in the long term. So I think there's huge potential in the healthcare, for example, just as you mentioned, Paul, a lot of domains will be great for countries in the south because we'll be able to do remote education, remote healthcare, and we'll be able, in the huge growth of Indian and African population, well, possibly solve the great danger of lack of education and the healthcare for them, thanks to telemedicine and teleeducation. This is a great progress, but for the rest, we must look at it as a step. And back to your question, France and Europe should today get ready for the next steps. Okay, we missed the previous steps, fair enough. But the next steps, what are the next steps? Nanotechnology, biotechnologies, and quantum IT. This is quantum IT. This is where we have to shoot the targets in front of us, not the one behind us. So you have to look for the targets ahead, not the target behind. This is where we should go. Now, if we clearly, and this is where states should invest. This is where states should invest. Research, training, and so on and so forth, and education. So we've made a lot of mistakes in France, especially recently, when created the condition for young girls to no longer become engineers. We're going to pay this mistake for 20 years. So anyway, train engineers, look for the jobs of the day after tomorrow and not yesterday, and don't see AI as a saving process. It's a link in a long chain. Now, Tatiana Jama, you are quite a courier, as I said earlier, and I wanted to ask you, because when I was preparing this session, we thought there will be a topic, and it had to be put on the table today, just before the election. How do you see the development of AI that would work for the defense of democracy, that would work for democracy, versus what we see in social networks? I know you've pondered that quite a lot. It's a great question. Yes, indeed, we've talked about it. AI is an exceptional opportunity for all of us, for the CAC, for the financial, for high-level athletes, for activists, entrepreneurs, investors, but under one condition only, and it is an indispensable element to link up the world. We maintain democracy. We need to maintain democracy. And we do realize that we're facing a world today where there are two major challenges, and challenges that have to be faced together, and we are all concerned. First major challenge, the notion of truth. What is truth and trust? And then the second is the problematic of oligopoly and monopolies. I was a lawyer. I was a lawyer. If I talk as an investor, I have to do risk assessment. AI risks are not linked to destruction of jobs or the end of mankind, but in its ability to produce false contents. Tomorrow, it will be almost impossible to make a difference between true content from false content. Fake news from real news, text, image, videos. We get a lot of files, dossiers on this, on logics of identification, authenticization of control. And science says there is no lasting solution to this problem. I don't know if you all agree, but basically, let's face it, there is no solution to this problematic. Therefore, what are we going to do if we have a general loss in trust? And democracy cannot be based on truth. And we see two main approaches, a preventive approach and an educative approach. Preventive approach consists in concentrating on the credibility vector. You will focus on the channel and not on the message. And this has been adopted by Taiwan, where citizens in Taiwan know that by default everything is false. Because if it has to come from a governmental number with a government with a phone number. Another method consists in going to education. But Now, the problem is that our brains, when it comes to algorithm and so on, and a lot of sociologists said that our brains are more appetite for sexual and violent content. We don't want to have interesting information. But so basically, what do we do to educate and to create some sort of cognitive security to distinguish between false and truth? One element is trust. How do we get to the point where we can trust ourselves, our ability to make a difference? How can we reinforce our scope of trust, which today are in poor posture, especially media and research? The second major topic, or the main problematic, is of course the monopolies or oligopolies. I mean, the social networks played a role in the last elections. So what will happen with Gen AI or personal AI? Of course, we will ask them, you know, to give us news, but also to give us an opinion. We on, you know, walk, the rencontre d'Aix or Middle East conflict. What will the AI say? Well, as a function of the cultural substrate on which it's been trained, it's called the algorithmic ghetto. The difference will be different or not, but different versions do not exist because we are in this logic of monopoly. There is one good news, though, which is, as you said, Françoise, we are late, but to emerge in an exceptional company, which is the only one which is independent and capable of doing that, and it is a French company. It is Mistral. And that's exceptional. Let me finish by saying that the concerns around AI is something that is very European. All totalitarian states, all chaos engineers, do not worry about that. We must massively invest in AI because technological sovereignty comes before the economic sovereignty, which precedes the political sovereignty. Thank you very much.
N'hésitez pas à intervenir.
Please do get involved if you want to. So perhaps a question about data, health data. This is a key issue. In France, we're a bit hesitant about this. We don't want health data to be made available. We have to have prior authorizations. Is this a question for you, Sanofi, or is this something that needs to be regulated?
But earlier, which is that individual healthcare data is a line never to be crossed, and it doesn't need to be crossed. I'll give you an example. We have an amazing partnership with a French AI company called Okin. And they use what's called federated learning, which you may or may not be aware of, which is where they train their algorithm on data in hospitals. The algorithm goes into the data set at the hospital. It learns with pattern recognition what a tumor and tumor growth may look like in oncology. The algorithm then leaves the servers of the hospital with no data, zero. All you have is a better educated model with empty for data. And what does that do? Well, that first of all doesn't compromise a single human being's data. That is, again, sacrosanct. But you have a model that is trained on a much broader data set, which may then be reapplied to help find a cancer in another patient, specifically somewhere else in France or the world. And we need to take advantage of that opportunity, and we need to use the tools in a way that is, of course, clearly responsible. But if we are hesitant or frightened to aggregate data and look for patterns, we're really missing out. And I think you used the word Luddite at the beginning of your presentation. It's not a word you hear very often. In fact, not for a couple of 100 years, but actually it's a word you're hearing again now, because our opportunity to be scared is greater, sadly, than the risk that we're taking on behalf of patients. We simply can't remain in a world where some diseases have no medicine. And by looking at larger data sets, we might be able to target it. And we have to be respectful. So federated learning, using our own data, and we just signed a unique collaboration with OpenAI. and spent time with Sam Altman and the team. And I think you referenced it, Jack, that sometimes it may not be better than Google as a search tool. And what we're trying to do is to use our data to customize GPT-5, potentially 6 and 7, so that it's more accurate first time. And people say to me, well, why would you do that, Paul? Why would you share your data with people? Because I'm in healthcare. And so in the end, I joined healthcare to make people's lives better. And I would like all boats to rise in terms of understanding what it takes to find drugs for diseases that people die from. Then I will compete with Pfizer or AstraZeneca or Lilly. That's fine, that's my job. But in the meantime, I have to make sure that everybody shares the tools to have a better shot at treating diseases. So data, never patient data, absolutely patent data, anonymized, and absolutely for the betterment of society. There's a non-negotiable.
Peut-être une question à vous, Emaneza.
Perhaps a question to you, Eamon Eza. In the report that was delivered to Emmanuel Macron by Philippe Aguillon and Anne Beauvau, there is a recommendation for world governance. What do you think about that? Do you think we need to move in that direction? When you speak with your businesses, are they hesitant about this kind of initiative, or are they in favor of it? No, they really are in favor of it. And the problem we have today at a European level even is that we're going to roll out the AI Act in different countries in Europe. So imagine a business that does research on molecules. If there's different regulations in each country, it's going to be really very complicated. How are they going to roll this out within their business? We've also already got enormous problems around data because the rules about data are different for different countries. When we put in place projects and we work with customers to see how we can process the data and who we are to access it and in which way, now we're looking at regulations of models. So we're going to be thinking that such and such a task will be put in place, be handled by such and such a model. Well, if this model has to behave differently depending on the different country, that's going to be an absolute nightmare for businesses. So we really need to think about worldwide governance in order to reduce risk for businesses in terms of their operation. In the AI Act, there are 100 articles. I don't think no business has yet really apprehended what that means for them and how they're going to manage risk in the future. So having something common across the world is really going to help businesses in terms of managing risks and defining the ethics of how to operate and how to protect data and help their customers. Tatiana, perhaps I could come back to you. I know that you spoke earlier about Mistral. Yes, we have this startup, but how do you see this world of startups in the world of artificial intelligence? Are we seeing lots of developments here, and are any women involved? Thank you for that question. So yes, where are the women? That's a really good question. I started as an entrepreneur in 2009, and I thought we were in a meritocracy. And I was able to sell my first business, and I was able to raise funds, and I thought, yes, brilliant. We really can go up the social ladder through entrepreneurship. 10 years later, I started counting. And I realized that over the last 10 years, if we take all the venture capital, only 2% of that money is invested in female entrepreneurs. Last year it was 1.8%. 2% is less than a tip at a restaurant. Just is nothing. So I decided to launch an investment fund called Sister Fund, which has an objective 100 million euros to fund female entrepreneurs and teams working with equality between men and women. This has been an area in entrepreneurship from the beginning, and it's even more the case now with AI, because we have decreasing numbers of female engineers who are launching businesses. There's one positive point, is that we do have entrepreneurs who are increasingly, and just to be clear, We're not being sponsored here by Mistral, but Alto Mensch, who leads Mistral, they have a full equality, full parity between men and women in their team. And so we need to talk about this. We need to understand that the biases that we are victims of are programmed into us. It's not a problem. We just need to understand that and work to change it. And together, men and women together, we need to make sure that tech becomes more, we have more parity in tech. Otherwise, we're going to see an increase of inequalities. And since we already don't have great parity, if this develops and increases, it's really not going to be good. We're going to create an even toxic situation. French tech, at the moment, we're not sure whether we have solutions, but we're trying to develop an active, proactive policy, because we can't ep with teams where we have 80% men in our teams, in these engineering teams developing these businesses. I really do think that we can do this. We have a business with 300,000 people, and we have 38% women, and we're a technology team. I've been working on this for years. If we go for it, we can move this forward. I think this is possible. We have an objective of 40% for 2025, so I know we're going to make it. How many in your executive committee? I've got 30%, and we're committed to go to 40%.
Agree, of course, with all of you, but my daughter did a master's in engineering at UC Berkeley, and it was quite interesting. They made her come 8 weeks before it started, and she had to learn how to raise capital, how to incorporate a business, how to structure a company, how to plan for equity, how to be deposed, how to protect intellectual property. And they brought alumni back to the university who were experts in all these areas, and she had to pass the entrepreneur boot camp before she could enter the master's in engineering, so that she wouldn't be intimidated by any man or any venture fund who tried to tell her different. Now, sadly, she ended up at Tesla, prototyping, but their generation, which I hold out the most hope for, still believe that they can be the next female, founders and unicorns. And I wonder how many universities try and equip female engineers to go on to do these sort of things. Not many, I would imagine. Certainly, perhaps not in France.
Merci. Une question à Jacques.
Thank you very much. Jacques Attali, there's a question here. You might have heard of the fact that a Japanese writer recently was awarded a contract, and he said he was going to write using artificial intelligence, and that created no issue in Japan, but actually it would probably have been an issue in France. I think often in the cultural sector we talk about what's going in the economy and and society in general, but the first AI strike took place in Hollywood with the script writers. You've written an excellent book recently, which is a chronicle of what's happening in the musical sector through artificial intelligence, with a lot of questions about the way in which it is fed and trained through existing songs, which raises questions about copyright, etc., and how we should respect authors. Well, you have summarized really what I said in the book. So it's true that music has always been ahead of other domains because it's a completely intangible area, so it can explore potential much quicker than others. The only other areas that go faster are maths and finance, which are really very light in terms of materials, so they can really explore potentials very quickly. It's true that today, music is always a step ahead in terms of the key transitions. And there's this explosion of questions of copyright, of creation, of ownership. It links into what you said about truth, but authenticity as well. which is not the same thing as truth. So there are some enormous issues that are going to come up here. And I think they're opening up in, I think, a really positive way. And in terms of what you said earlier on my left, there's this question of who is speaking. Music is ahead of the game, and when it created this scandal by creating music through a mix of other musics, which is what DJs do, is music. It's DJs do that, and it's music. They use existing music. It's perhaps not the type of music I would like, but it's a mix of different types of music. And what you're doing in pharmacy, in pharmaceutical companies, you're doing the same thing. You're taking things that exist already and you put them together as a cocktail to make other things. So we really need to get used to this. We need to get used to being within hybrid worlds where there's a mixture and a blending. Blending is a good thing. Blending between real and virtual, blending of different sources, that's a good thing, and we really need to accept it. And creativity always comes from breaking out of a single sector or domain. New things always come when we make a connection between different domains. When we make a connection between the real and the virtual, we can see breakthroughs. We can see this in the history of art. The hardest issue is truth, because this is really very key. Because the ground is going to open up beneath us if in 3 years, in X, we have holograms of us who are saying the opposite of what we actually think. That could be possible in 10 years' time. In order to avoid that, we need to invest a lot, and I think it's possible. We need to invest into having applications that meet this question. I cannot understand why Pinterest can show me a picture of a flower and tell me the name of this application, and I have the Shazam application, which makes it possible to name a musical work, and that there's no application that tells me whether what you're saying is true or false. That should exist. That really should be possible. Perhaps that will exist one day, but once again, all of marking and fingerprinting technologies are not working in a long-term way. But what we can do is educate. Once again, there's a wonderful initiative from the National Digital Council in France, which is trying to drive forward public digital policy, and they've recently announced an initiative called Caféir. And we've got lots of ambassadors for pushing forward this initiative. The goal is not to train, but to create a culture of reading. The problem is that everyone wants to train people today, but before we end up training people, people need to want to be trained. And the work that we've done, where we've got about 100, even thousands of meetings with people around France to bring people together and talk about our worries about artificial intelligence and reinvent the narrative around AI and make it more positive. This would make it possible for us to be a technological giant, but it's going to be impossible if we don't take the whole population with us. Perhaps I could say something very briefly, but then perhaps we could hear from the audience. But in terms of world regulations, there were laws that were put in place in the 1930s and 1940s. Japanese have done some amazing things. UNESCO has done work on artificial intelligence. But what's most likely is that we'll end up putting in place standards which will be imposed by the Americans and the Chinese, and the Americans and Chinese will not follow them. That's what's going to happen. So any questions in the room? Please do raise your hand if you want to speak. There's 2 questions here right now.
Merci de vous présenter.
Je m'appelle François.
Please do introduce yourselves. I'm François Blondeau. I'm a student. I've just a question about development of AI in Europe. Over the last 20 years, since the development of internet, etc., we've seen that we're dependent on American technologies and now Chinese technologies. And you were saying that we perhaps should be looking to target something else other than artificial intelligence because Europe has already lost the race. Perhaps we need to... The reality is that the development of AI has opened up a war about the use of data. Would the first step for getting free of American and Chinese technology be to develop our own European businesses like Mistral and others in order to get ahead of the Americans or the Chinese? Thank you very much. First of all, I don't think we've lost the race on AI. I really do think we have some excellent skills. Where we don't have NVIDIA and Google, we're talking about computing power. Yes, I think we've lost the race in terms of computing power. We don't have the capacity in Europe to develop the necessary computing power, or to develop, like NVIDIA, the different kind of things they're developing. But we can use what they've got. But our added value is going to be in the use and the development of models, and there we have skills. Why? Because even in these models, it's small businesses that are developing this. A business like Mistral, who is a strategic partner, they started with just 5 people. You don't have to have billions of investment to do that. Of course, they slowly raised funds, and now they've got more resources. But we can develop models, including French models or English models, to prevent it just being about American approaches. But we really need to invest, and we need to create an environment where people want to move forward. I'm a bit worried about an excess of regulation, because if we do that, people are going to go and work elsewhere. We need to give them opportunities and create a positive environment so that they can move forward. So there's a question. In fact, there's actually quite a lot of questions I can see. Please. Hi, I am a researcher with the CNRS. I've just got a question about the reconciliation between AI and the ecological transition in terms of the finite nature of resources, and particularly the fact that AI opens up an exponential use of electricity and energy. So how do you see these two phenomena coming together? Who wants to answer that question? Well, it's really very clear that we're heading straight for a wall. We are heading straight for a wall because for a very long time we thought that information could substitute energy. That's true in a lot of areas, but actually the way in which we produce energy, we're in real trouble. So I think the question for me is, what is the source of energy? If the energy source is renewable, sustainable, that's better, but that's not the case in the United States, where most of the sources are present. So there really is a real risk here that the development of AI technologies and digital technologies in general would present a real problem in terms of the climate.
Silicon Valley. And this is a question for Paul, because in medicine you have to go through several approvals in Europe, in the US, in China, everywhere. And I was wondering if he can draw on his ability to actually approve drugs, to give us some insights around what would it take to approve AI in Europe, in the US, and around the world.
So to use AI to approve drugs as...
No, just to compare between approving a drug or approving an intelligent artificial framework or application.
I'm not sure I fully understand.
No, it's basically what happens, you approve drugs in different countries. Yeah. What happens if you have to approve all the AI models in different countries like you have to approve drugs?
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, you know, we have 4 major regulators in Japan, China, the US, and Europe. And here's another small statistic for you, but 50% of the drugs approved in Europe are not available for patients in Europe. Because getting approved is one thing, but where the problem comes, and I think this is where you're heading, is that then each country wants to evaluate the drug again individually for its health economic impact. And often a drug is definitely seen as more expensive than death. Because if a patient with cancer dies, they don't cost anything to treat. But the drug, sounds ridiculous, right? But if the drug costs money versus death, then the drug is not reimbursed because it's considered too expensive. And you can't believe that happens, but it is the absolute truth. That's why 50% of the drugs, and because countries worry about their budget impact, every country negotiates separately. And that's why it takes some countries 4 years to approve a drug, because they delay the negotiations so that patients never get it. So you get a European approval quite, not easily, it's a 1.5-year process, but then you're slowed down. And I fear, to your point on the Act in Europe, that we may see something similar. You may see a European sort of guidance, and then each country deploying a backup set of criteria for sovereignty reasons that, of course, then just make it impossible to compete with China and the US, of which your point I think you made earlier, they won't follow the rules anyway. So we're just making Europe less competitive. And for me in healthcare, less competitive means patients who don't get medicines to keep them alive. And I think that's too high a price, frankly.
May I raise a question to you, Paul, which is just teasing you. Is it not worse in UK than in Europe?
Yeah, so, the question was, is it worse in the UK than Europe? I guess that's because I'm British, you're asking that. Certainly a two-party system moves very quickly in the UK. But the reality is, I would say the UK is worse, for sure. And you know, we work very well with the French government on making sure medicines do get made available. We'll find out whether the enthusiasm for healthcare delivery is the same over the coming weeks. But the UK had an opportunity post-Brexit to decide to approve medicines faster than the European Medicines Agency, therefore bring innovation to patients faster because it didn't have to wait. But it has chosen to squander that opportunity. And I think with Keir Starmer and Wes Street in the new Ministry of Health, who I wrote to yesterday, the advice we will give them is to make innovation available. And people forget that in Europe, principally many countries, you know, the UK spends around 13 billion on medicines, and it gets around about 34 billion in inward investment in healthcare. So it's net positive by 21 billion. But the Minister of Health will tell you they have no money for medicines. And the Treasury Finance Minister will tell you we need the inward investment. And then they never talk to each other. And so you end up, the loser, by the way, is the patient. It's not anybody else, because nobody else knows. So it's, for me, I'm 35 years in healthcare. These are the things that break my heart.
Bon, ben, le temps est passé. Le temps est passé extrêmement vite, et peut-être une très très brève conclusion avant que vous alliez goûter le plaisir de la pluie.
So, time has come to an end, but perhaps a very quick conclusion here. We've understood here that Paul Hudson was not only the head of Sanofi, but he was a DJ for the pharmaceutical industry. And so we've learned a lot of things. We've talked about skills, essential skills. We've talked about democratic issues. I think more than ever, this is really important. We talked about sovereignty, we've talked about truth, and of course this links into the question of democracy. And we've also talked about the importance of putting in place a good worldwide governance. Thank you very much for being here with us at this session. Thank you very much. Good evening.